The subcommittee on supply is called to order. We're meeting today to consider the estimates from the Department of Municipal Affairs as outlined in Resolution E17, which reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $213,184,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses of the Department of Municipal Affairs pursuant to the estimate. So I recognize the Minister of Municipal Affairs. You have 1 hour for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome everyone. I hope you had a good weekend. And joining me here today is Deputy Minister Justin Houston and Darlene O'Neill, Executive Director of Finance for the department. Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to introduce the estimates for the Department of Municipal Affairs for 2021-2022. As you are aware, the housing sections of this department moved from the Municipal Affairs to the new Department of Infrastructure and Housing and the Department of Community Services in February. Additionally, responsibility for the regional enterprise networks is now with the Department of Inclusive Economic Growth. This is a great fit for the REMS, as the department supports efforts that encourage entrepreneurship, helps attract venture capital investment, and grow sectors of the economy. We know municipal governments play an important role in working with the REMS, and we will continue to work with them to create a shared strategy for business growth. The Department of Municipal Affairs promotes responsible local government and supports safe and secure communities through the Emergency Management Office and the Office of the Fire Marshal. This is achieved through partnership with local governments and communities across Nova Scotia to build strong, sustainable, and safe communities with diverse economies and high quality of life. Municipalities are governed by the Municipal Government Act, or the MGA, and the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter. This legislative framework provides structure for municipal government in Nova Scotia. This legislation gives municipalities authority to raise revenue, manage planning and development, and deliver services such as water, wastewater, and solid waste management, police, fire, and emergency services, as well as public transit. It gives them these powers, and as such, each locally elected government is accountable to their citizens. Mr. Chair, I look forward to working in a constructive and collaborative manner with all municipalities across the province. The department will work with our local governments to increase our resiliency to climate change, or resiliency, sorry, Mr. Chair, to climate change, and find solutions that reduce our environmental footprint and carbon emissions. These include initiatives such as the extended producer responsibility, infrastructure investments that leave a smaller environmental footprint, electrification of public transit, and supporting municipalities as they invest in energy retrofits of their buildings. I look forward to discussions with my colleagues at Environment and Climate Change on the municipal proposal for EPR for printed paper and packaging. Work is underway with municipalities to develop proposals for electrification projects under the transit stream of the Federal Investment in Canada Infrastructure Program. The province is working with HRM and CBRM on project proposals for considerations by Infrastructure Canada. Mr. Chair, the ability to successfully deliver on the department's mandate hinges on building and maintaining strong partnerships with the 49 municipalities and 21 villages across the province. Open communication is important to me, and one of my first priorities as minister has been to reach out to municipalities. I have spoken, written, and virtually connected with municipalities over the past several weeks, and will continue to reach out in the coming days and weeks. We know these are difficult and challenging times for municipal governments. That's why we've been working closely with local leaders to understand the impact of COVID-19. We have worked closely with Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities and the Association of Municipal Administrators to identify the challenges that municipalities have been facing. Municipalities told us what support they need. The Safe Restart Agreement with the federal government helps address some of those needs. The $67.5 million in federal funding has been provided to help municipalities address lower revenue from transit, taxes, and other areas, as well as increased costs associated with COVID-19 infection prevention measures. This funding gives local governments the resources they need to continue to deliver essential programs and services for their residents. To leverage this support, the province contributed more than $100 million in operational funding to municipalities over the last year. We also announced a $380 million loan program to help municipalities with operating expenses so they can continue to deliver programs and services. This was a direct request of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities and Association of Municipal Administrators, and allows municipalities to request this funding through the Municipal Finance Corporation. During the municipal elections last fall, municipalities would have received personal protective equipment supplies from the provincial stockpile to support safe elections. EMO staff also work closely with municipal emergency officials to identify PPE needs. At Municipal Affairs, we continue to strengthen the relationships we have with local government organizations and community groups that help us deliver the programs and services on which Nova Scotians rely. One of the most important relationships we have is with municipalities. Local governments manage the services that directly affect the day-to-day lives of Nova Scotians. The quality of our water and roads and our public safety depends on them. As a department, we work closely with municipalities to ensure good governance, accountability, effective planning, and most importantly, to help build healthy, vibrant, and safe communities. Having a strong relationship with municipalities matter. Mr. Chair, through the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, we have established a commitment to work together. In its 5th year, the Municipal Partnership Framework drives our work on joint priorities. Together, we collaborate on programs, policies, legislations, and initiatives that directly benefit the Nova Scotians we collectively serve. My ministerial colleagues and I also meet regularly with representatives of the NSFM to ensure we remain focused on the right items. Excuse me. We will be working collaboratively with the NSFM on a new partnership framework to continue work on our collective priorities. Key to this work is modernizing our legislation to make it easier for municipalities to work on behalf of their citizens. During this legislative session, we introduced several bills. These include amendments to the Municipal Government Act and the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter to put in place the framework agreement for a code of conduct. This provides more transparency for Nova Scotians and increased accountability by their local government. Mr. Chair, we also introduced legislation changes that provide municipalities with greater authority to make decisions in the best interest of their communities when it comes to accessibility. The amendment allows municipalities to support accessibility initiatives by businesses. We also brought forward an amendment that will allow municipalities and village commissions to hold virtual council meetings. The pandemic has highlighted the need to modernize the operations of government, and this change provides municipalities with options. The amendment also increases accessibility for citizens to publicly participate and view council meetings. And finally, we introduced amendments to the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter that will allow the municipality to construct a permanent building and associated fencing in the aquatics area on the Central Common. This work will improve accessibility of the aquatics facility and meet public demand. We will continue to modernize and update our legislation to better meet the needs of municipal partners and communities and Nova Scotians. Our funding partnerships with the federal government are all about ensuring our communities are equipped with sound infrastructure. In 2017, the Government of Canada announced the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. Under this program, Infrastructure Canada will invest $180 billion over 10 years to address three key objectives: to create long-term economic growth, to support a low-carbon green economy, and $828 million over the 10 years. On behalf of the province, Municipal Affairs currently administers 38 projects under ICIP, totaling $251 million to 25 municipalities and 5 nonprofits and universities. Mr. Chair, municipalities also benefit from other programs that leverage federal dollars. The federal gas tax funding is money that is transferred from the Government of Canada to Nova Scotia municipalities through our department. It provides long-term, stable funding for municipalities that also can be invested in local infrastructure programs. In the new fiscal year, Nova Scotia is scheduled to receive $58 million from the federal gas tax programs for these purposes. We have been informed by our federal colleagues that an additional one-time payment of $55 million will be made available to Nova Scotia municipalities under this fund, subject to approval of federal enabling legislation. Combined, these allocations will total over $112 million in available funding in the coming fiscal year. And Mr. Chair, projects funded under the New Building Canada Fund continues as that program winds down. These infrastructure programs have helped to grow the local economy, create jobs, and increase productivity across Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, the department also offers provincial programs to municipalities to support local infrastructure needs. Through the Provincial Capital Assistance Program, we provide funding to improve municipal water supply, sewage disposal, and solid waste infrastructure. Last year, 10 programs received funding through this program, such as a backup power generators for wastewater treatment facilities, water line replacements, and conditions assessment of a pump station. $690,000 is included in this year's program to continue this vital work. We expect to open the program with a call for applications this spring. The Flood Risk Infrastructure Investment Program allows us to make investments that help reduce flood risk and community vulnerability. Through the program last year, 5 projects received funding. The municipality of the District of Lunenburg received funding for the Petite Riviere watershed flooding mitigation assessments. In addition, Cape Breton Regional Municipality received funding for the Prime Brook floodplain project, sorry. A call for applications for this program will also take place this spring. Mr. Chair, as you know, infrastructure doesn't last forever. An aging infrastructure can result in increased maintenance and operating costs for municipalities, and eventually the cost to replace it. This means informed and timely decisions help municipalities optimize investments, save money, and better manage risks. Improved municipal assessment management also helps to ensure that provincial resources are directed to where they are needed most. Infrastructure planning is a key responsibility of municipal governments. Our asset management program helps municipalities manage their infrastructure assets. This work involves developing a standard means for collecting data, assessing the condition of assets, incorporating lessons learned, and identifying the best industry practices. To date, the department has piloted and made available data collections and resources to all Nova Scotia municipalities. We are also continuing to develop the infrastructure registry for municipal assets. That provides our municipalities with a system to store, assess, and maintain relevant information on their infrastructure. Mr. Chair, our government also provides annual grant programs to municipalities to support the delivery of their services to their residents. The Municipal Financial Capacity Grant is separate and distinct from the federal equalization funds that flow to Nova Scotia. This is the main operating grant we provide to municipalities. It is set in legislation in the Municipal Grants Act. The amount of funding for municipalities in this year's program is approximately $32 million. We continue to work with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities, the Association of Municipal Administrators of Nova Scotia, and municipalities to update this program. The grants in lieu of property tax, where the province pays municipality grants instead of property taxes for provincially owned properties, is also delivered by Municipal Affairs. This year, approximately $21.2 million will be provided to municipalities. The Municipal Farm Grant compensates municipalities for lost tax income or taxes from active farmland owners. Working or active farmland is assessed as exempt property by the Property Valuation Services Corporation. During this fiscal year, municipalities will receive about $1.9 million. As well, a fire protection grant is paid to municipalities for properties such as public hospitals, schools, and museums that are not eligible for the grants in lieu property tax payments. It is estimated to be about $1.3 million annually. To compensate municipalities for property taxes on NSPI-owned properties, approximately $16.5 million will be provided to municipalities this year. As well, in recognition of the increase in HST costs, $6 million will be provided to municipalities as an HST offset grant. These grants and others are legislated under the Municipal Grants Act. We expect to provide, in total, close to $79 million to our local governments in the coming fiscal year. Mr. Chair, at Municipal Affairs, we also operate programs that municipalities can apply to for various projects or participate in to enhance economic growth. Our beautification and streetscaping program supports the development of attractive and inviting public areas for residents and visitors, where they can spend time enjoying what our communities have to offer. The program fosters community pride and supports local development, tourism, and economic development. The new Minus Beautification project received funding to help with the installation of benches, planters, and waste receptacles along Commercial Street, and adding landscape to the roundabout at Commercial Street and Granite Drive. Another project that received funding was support for the installation of updated signs, picnic tables, planter boxes, mural paintings, and a new entrance sign to downtown Windsor. In total, 50 projects received support through the program last year. These projects range from landscaping, interpretive signs, lighting for public spaces, the creation and installation of an accessible outdoor art gallery. A total of $500,000 has been allocated to the program for the coming year. A call for applications is expected to go soon once the budget is approved. Mr. Chair, we are working to help municipalities support youth who want to stay in their areas. The Community Works programs helps municipalities create more jobs, opportunities for youth and unemployed and other interested individuals. There's $500,000 allocated to the program this year. Communities can receive 50% of the employment costs up to a maximum of $25,000. Mr. Chair, municipalities across Nova Scotia are exploring innovative ways to work together to better leverage opportunities and build stronger communities. The Municipal Innovation Program will assist municipalities looking to work collaboratively with their neighbors in the areas of economic development, regional infrastructure, and regional planning. Criteria for the program will be shared with our municipalities in the spring as part of our consultation and work with them. Mr. Chair, the mandate of the Emergency Management Office is to enhance the safety and well-being of Nova Scotians, their property, and the environment through innovative, collaborative, and integrated emergency planning and response. In times of emergencies, municipalities lead the response. The Emergency Management Act requires every municipality in the province to have an emergency management coordinator and to have an emergency plan. EMO supports municipalities in developing and reviewing that plan, carrying out exercises to test the plan, and training key staff in emergency responses. As I stated earlier, COVID-19 has had a significant impact on all our lives over the past year. EMO has been actively involved in the COVID-19 response for Nova Scotia, supporting public health. EMO staff continue to work closely with municipal emergency management officials throughout the pandemic to support the response efforts. Mr. Chair, in times of emergency, EMO opens the Provincial Coordination Center to bring together any number of government and private organizations that may be needed to support the response and recovery. The Provincial Coordination Center has been activated since the beginning of the pandemic in Nova Scotia. Their role has been to coordinate and share information with our many partners, municipalities, federal agencies, and critical infrastructure organizations. We also put in place a state of emergency to support the public health response to COVID. We continue to renew it as it is part of our overall response. It allows us to put in place the 14-day restriction and provides enforcement options. This past year, training sessions and exercise activities were limited due to public health restrictions. We have started to resume these activities and developed a plan to move forward with regular training with municipalities and other partners across the province, incorporating virtual options. EMO coordinates and identifies the needs and risks associated with an emergency, finds and uses the necessary resources to resolve issues, and helps Nova Scotians stay safe. Mr. Speaker, disaster can strike anytime, and that's why EMO will continue to focus on helping Nova Scotians prepare for emergencies. Mr. Chair, climate change is leading to more frequent and severe events, like Hurricane Dorian in 2019, Teddy in 2020, and ongoing weather events like the freezing rain event a few weeks ago in Cape Breton. The services and material goods on which Nova Scotians rely depend on critical infrastructure, such as electricity, telecommunications, physical transportation networks like our roads and bridges. It is more important than ever to engage in emergency management planning. EMO is finalizing a new strategic emergency management plan for the province. This plan is the foundation for how EMO operates before, during, and after an emergency. It outlines EMO's structure and mandate, defines its training and exercising program, and details the 3 levels of activation when an incident happens. The plan details how EMO will work with provincial governments, municipalities, the federal government, private critical infrastructure owners and operators, and nonprofit organizations to prevent emergencies and to minimize risk, respond and recover from them when they do happen. We take a planning approach that can apply to any type of emergency that arises. The Strategic Emergency Management Plan details how the province and its partners will respond to specific threats to the safety and well-being of Nova Scotians. The plan is in the final stages of review, and EMO expects to release it this spring. EMO also administers the provincial 911 system. We are participating in the development of the next generation 911 system, which will provide Nova Scotians with access to new and innovative emergency services and capabilities and improve public safety. This work will continue in the coming fiscal year with the goal to implement it fully by 2023. The next generation 911 will increase the quality and variety of data availability to first responders when responding to emergencies. 911 call takers will receive the caller's location information automatically. The NG 911 system will allow for text, photos, and videos to be sent to support responses to emergency situations. Mr. Chair, I will now take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank our municipal emergency coordinators, our provincial and federal partners, our non-government organizations such as the Canadian Red Cross, and the private sectors for their efforts around emergency plannings. COVID-19 has certainly tested all of our planning and skills in responding to the pandemic. I also want to mention the very important role of the 911 call takers as they ensure emergency calls are directed to the appropriate first responder agencies. Mr. Chair, I wish to speak to the work of the Office of the Fire Marshal. Early in the session, I recognized the office for celebrating their 100th anniversary. The Office of the Fire Marshal oversees building and fire safety for the province and advises various levels of government on fire-related matters. The office also oversees building safety, ensuring that the Nova Scotia Building Code Act and regulations reflect the latest national standards. And if you ever want a good long read, Mr. Speaker, take a gander on the Nova Scotia Building Act. Take you a couple of months to get through. The Office of the Fire Marshal takes its governance and accountability role seriously. The Nova Scotia Fire Safety Act provides the office with the powers to enforce the fire code, conduct inspections and investigations, and provides authority to the municipal fire inspectors and chief. We recognize the critical role the office has in public safety and know that Nova Scotians count on it in this regard. You can be assured that we understand the gravity of this role and we are fully committed to their safety. Mr. Chair, we continue to work with municipalities who have the responsibility to provide fire services in their area. The province supports fire services through the Emergency Services Provider Fund, also known as the ESPF. The fund provides money to hazardous material teams, ground search and rescue organization, and fire departments. Many of these organizations are supported by volunteers, put countless hours into training and responding to our emergencies. Indeed, they put themselves in harm's way to protect us. This funding helps to ensure they have the tools and equipment needed to stay safe. Mr. Speaker, organizations can apply for grants up to $20,000 for a variety of firefighting, ice rescue, personal protective gear, and communications equipment. A new category was added to the program last year for emergency power for buildings. Applicants can choose standby generators, including electrical and wiring, fixed fuel supply tanks, and posts to protect generators. I am pleased to say that 74 organizations and communities across this beautiful province received ESPF funding in this fiscal. This coming year, the budget for the fund continues to be $1 million, reflecting what we've been investing on average as a result of requests received to ensure our first responders have the tools and equipment needed. Mr. Chair, public education about fire prevention and safety is core to the work of the Fire Marshal's Office. During Fire Prevention Week in October, indeed throughout the year, we will continue to share the information with Nova Scotians on fire prevention and what to do if a fire occurs. The Office of the Fire Marshal also provides information, advice, and recommendations on the many aspects of building and fire safety, as well as fire service delivery. This work includes support for municipal buildings and fire inspectors, architects, engineers, and other consultants and private citizens. The office collaborates regularly with many provincial departments, conducts inspections for provincial licensing, and provides advice and recommendations relating to fire and building safety for more than 3,000 provincially owned properties. They also continue to foster and develop relationships with fire services throughout Nova Scotia. Mr. Chair, we support local fire chiefs in determining the cause and origins of fires. Our deputy fire marshals are available to respond across the province and around the clock when asked to conduct fire investigations. During the investigation process, the Office of the Fire Marshal works closely with fire services, provincial police services, the Nova Scotia Medical Examiner Service, and the insurance industry. Mr. Chair, thank you to the many organizations that partner with the Office of the Fire Marshal to keep Nova Scotians safe. They are the Nova Scotia Building Code Advisory Committee, the Nova Scotian Building Officials Association, Fire Services Association of Nova Scotia, the Fire Inspectors Association of Nova Scotia, the Fire Safety Advisory Council, the Fire Service Advisory Committee, and others who are engaged in delivering fire prevention and safety services. As part of my mandate, I will continue working with my colleagues at Environment and Climate Change and Energy and Mines to look at launching a review of service exchange agreements across municipal governments to assess taxes levied. Partnering with Energy and Mines and all municipalities on clean and climate resilient infrastructure investments. Working with the municipalities and the Energy and Mines to explore new revenue streams as the province doubles its renewable energy target to 80% by 2030. Working with the Environment and Climate Change to adhere to updated national building codes to incorporate principles that encourage builders to offset emissions and use sustainable low carbon materials. Working with the Minister of Energy and Mines to invest in electric vehicle charging infrastructure on municipal government buildings and work toward electrical vehicle fast chargers in all new commercial developments. Participate in work on electrification of our public transit systems. And to review how municipalities borrow money for energy efficiency and renewable energy projects to find ways for them to invest in deep energy retrofits for their buildings, which will work toward energy targets and provide energy savings. Mr. Chair, as I said at the start of my remarks, building and maintaining partnerships are the foundation upon which we deliver on our mandate. Partnerships with municipalities, the federal government, and our other critical infrastructure partners. It's these partnerships that together enable us to leverage opportunities and deliver the supports that matter to Nova Scotians, and in doing so, building healthy, vibrant, and safe communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you, Minister. We'll recognize now the Progressive Conservative Caucus. I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River. You have 1 hour, but it'll be broken up with the COVID break.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, and for your department for all your hard work and budget and mandate preparation. Lot there. So I'm going to start out and go through the mandate, and really, you know, I like to hear, like I heard that collaboration, consultation, communication, and partnerships is going to be valued, because I think it is important as we move forward with the municipalities, the towns, and the villages. We can't forget about the villages either. So I'll start out with you work with your colleague from the environment and climate change on extended producer responsibility, EPR. So does the government have a position on EPR, and what would EPR look like?
The Honorable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honorable member for the question, and first recognize this is actually my first question getting as Minister of Municipal Affairs, and I know it's the member opposite's first session, so congratulations. I don't think I got to say that to you, but you're doing an outstanding job. So you know, EPR is seen as an important tool, but my job as Minister of Municipal Affairs is to listen, consult, and work with our partners, which include municipalities and business associations. Right now, you know, we, as you have seen throughout this session, the pieces of legislation that we have come forward from municipalities. It's come forward from our NSFM partners. So we're always there to talk, to see what's needed. We realize that it is an important piece, but again, this isn't about downloading or forcing legislation on our municipalities. It's about, you know, continuing to work with them. And I've had the privilege as minister to sit with our virtually, I should say, and in person actually, but I did sit virtually several times with the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities to listen to what they feel they need to have to be sustainable and to move forward, because we know the world is different now. The asks from municipalities and our villages and our partners right across Nova Scotia has changed to a degree because of COVID-19, and we need to make sure that whatever decisions we're making on our end is in lockstep with them. And we've seen that throughout this session when legislation has come forward in law amendments. We've seen the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipality supporting our legislation. We've seen members of CBRM and HRM supporting our legislation. We have amazing. I've had the ability already to speak to all our mayors. I wish I had the time to speak to every single councillor, but you know, as an MLA of a busy area, municipal, or as a minister and a father of 3 children, I don't think I'd ever get home if I had to talk to every councillor, but I'm trying to. Like I said, I've attended the virtual meetings. And just recently, myself the member, the Minister of Education and others sat down with CBRM mayor and staff here, along with the Premier. He was there also, and just to hear from them what they need and what they feel will help move them forward. So EPR is definitely something that is being discussed. It's in my mandate letter, obviously, and in the Minister of Climate Change's mandate letter, but it has to be done responsibly. We have to realize that we don't want to put any undue pressure on our businesses, on our residents, and on our municipalities. So there's ongoing conversation, and it's a great question. But again, I feel my job as as a Minister of Municipal Affairs is to listen more than talk. And that says something because I like to speak. So thank you the member for the question.
The honourable member.
Great, thank you, Minister, for the answer, and thank you to the chair. I'd like to ask a couple more questions around EPR, and I guess one of them is is it a mandate through your consultation process with NSFM? Has it been a mandate of NSFM and its members, EPR, moving forward? And I guess a couple questions to add to that. How much money are we talking about if we do implement any kind of strategy around EPR and moving forward with the municipalities?
The honourable minister.
I thank the honourable member for the question. It certainly is an interest of our NSFM members. That, along with other things, come up in our conversations. There's a whole list of priorities, depending on which member of the NSFM you're talking to. Certainly, infrastructure is something that comes up a lot with us, and a part of what I'm here to do is to listen to them. When it comes to a dollar value, that's kind of a tricky question. We don't have an exact dollar amount, but those are things that will work through. If this is something that NSFM wants, this is something we'll work through with them. We'll ensure that there's no surprises, obviously, and that there's a clear vision. If this is something that they want, there's a clear vision. Again, this is about, for myself and for this government, it's less about dictating or downloading. We don't want to get into, what is it that we can make you do? What I feel and what we feel is that this is about what can we do to ensure that you're sustainable, to ensure that you're in this and you have what you need. Because the truth is, yes, we're all Nova Scotians, but in order for Nova Scotians to come out of this pandemic, in order for Nova Scotians to continue to move forward, as we've seen over the last 8 years positively, we need our municipalities to be the driving forces. We need to make sure that our municipalities and towns are the driving forces, that they're successful, that they are listened to, that they are heard. And again, we go back to with EPR, We've had these discussions for sure. We'll continue to have these discussions. But again, it's going to be about more wholesome conversation. And I say that knowing that we've had a lot in my short time here as Minister of Municipal Affairs. I've had a lot of conversation with the members. I've had a lot of conversations with individual mayors and wardens and councillors. We've heard, they've had concerns about, the restart program, infrastructure, and so what we're here to do, and we have a whole host of fantastic, smart, and creative individuals that work in this department, where I can say that, to be honest with you, that work directly. They work directly with those municipalities. They're having those conversations with the mayors, the wardens, the councillors, and all NSFM members to walk them through, to advise them, and to listen. So, we have a very, very capable staff here, and they have their ear to the ground. I can tell you that when I first had the privilege to be named Minister of Municipal Affairs, and the first thing I did over the first couple of days is make calls, talk to the mayors and wardens, and see what it is they need, and what they think. I mean, a big part of this is they have the outside look of how this department works and what it does. And one by one, every single one of them said, I mean, they were naming staff, but they were naming, they done an outstanding job building relationships with us, working us through things, and helping us find the needed funding for our projects, whether it's water, wastewater, whether it's streetscaping, and a lot of other different programs that we have available here. I've also, taken time to meet with the CAOs and the mayors and wardens of these provinces. And CAOs are extremely important, as you know, because they've got their eye on the money. They know where the assets are, where the liabilities are, where the funding needs to go. And they're the experts on what we as what municipalities, where they need to spend their money, and where it's the weaknesses, I'll say, in some of the stuff is. So, it's been, for me, we've done an exceptional job, and I say we, I mean the staff have done an exceptional job keeping those close relationships. And certainly we, when it comes to EPR, we're listening, we're working with them, and we'll continue to work with them, and we'll work out the numbers with them once we figure out what that EPR looks like that works for all of our members right across Nova Scotia.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the Minister, leads me into my next series of questions around service exchange agreements, municipal governments to assess tax levied in corresponding areas. So what categories are negotiable in service exchange agreements, and how could road agreements change? So for example, main streets, highways, 1, 2, or 3 through towns, how can they change? So those are my first two questions, I guess, as part one.
Minister?
I want to thank the member opposite for this question, and I'll answer this from a not just a ministerial position, but also from a MLA position, because this is actually, believe it or not, as an MLA for HRM, this is something that actually impacts me. I'm one of the few MLAs, I think, left in HRM that have the confusion, we'll say, between municipal and provincial roads. And it's great when there's a snowstorm, huh? Like the people, I'm getting calls and people are saying, why isn't my road plowed? And I'm like, well, it's a municipality. So, you know, right now, as you stated, there is a bit of confusion, and there's some ongoing conversations about municipal provincial responsibility. It is different. And it was one of the first things I learned when I became MLA, is how different it is depending on which part of the province you're standing in. And I'll give you a good example of, for myself, where the confusion really hit home was about 6 or 7 years ago. There's a road in my community called Shabukto Road. And this road led to a lighthouse at the end, a federal lighthouse that was divested. I know, probably 15, 20 years ago, this lighthouse was divested. The road was built for the feds, was on provincial land, and for some reason had the municipality involved. Now, to add more confusion around it, my community, where just down the road from me, actually, people always, they'll say to me, oh my God, the wintertime, your road, Herring Cove Road, is plowed nicely. And I'm like, well, we get salt. So again, another confusion is once you hit the municipal, the provincial side of the roads, in my community, for example, you can't use salt because of wells. So Shabukto Road fell under the, fell within the provincial roads. So what had happened was, when HRM, there was an amalgamation of roads in HRM, here and there, some of these roads were, for some reason, were left off the list. So talking to the Department of Transportation and the fine folks over there, they have spent the last several years going through this stuff and trying to figure out which road goes where, and do service exchange. As you can tell, this is something that I was deeply involved with. But you know, they were doing service exchanges. So they were saying, like, you know, this road over here should be municipal, this one should be provincial. So it took us about, I want to say, 2 years of negotiation. First, the feds were like, well, it's not ours. And then the province was like, well, technically it's on our, it's on provincial property, but we were never, you know, we never maintained that road. And the municipality had agreed to build that road. So there was a bit of responsibility there. In the end, what we ended up doing was a road swap. Essentially, you know, we took that road as the province, and all the service agreements that we do and maintain as a province. And we gave a road to the municipality of HRM that should have been under them anyways. And that's not even to touch on the J and K class roads that are all over Nova Scotia.
Order, please. I'm sorry to interject, Minister, but it's time for a 15-minute COVID break.
I'll just get going.
We will return at 12:53, and you can keep going then, sir. The subcommittee on supply resumes. I invite the minister to finish his answers to the member for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River. The Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, and welcome everyone back. Yeah, back to the road issue. It's a complex issue, and it's multi. I would say it's multi jurisdictional, whether it's our towns and municipality or the provincial government. And as we see investment in the twinning of highways from the federal government, so it does get complicated. And I go back to some of the issues that I've been able to witness firsthand. And part of the problem that we see around the complication of these roads is there was some of these service agreements go back, So my first premier that I ever remember would be the Honorable John Buchanan. But some of these service agreements go back even further than Premier Buchanan. And we're trying to work. I think the Department of Transportation is trying to work through these things, and so we're talking to our municipalities to see what it is they need. And we've seen in the past, gravel roads, for example, is a hot topic. It has been a hot topic for quite some time, and we saw the massive amount of investment in the gravel roads across Nova Scotia. And I would say if we look at, and it's all, one of the things I think about this department is it's all connected. Like, I feel like this is a department that's connected to all of the other departments and all the municipalities and all our stakeholders, because, when I sit down and I speak to the municipalities and the towns, their questions it's never really about really about the MGA or the Halifax Charter. Sometimes we'll get that. It's mostly about infrastructure spending. It's about resources. It's about what can we do, and roads certainly come up a lot. And I can say that, in our last meeting with CBRM, which was I think about a week and a half ago, the face-to-face that we had with CBRM, we had the Department of Transportation in there. We had conversations with them about water, wastewater, infrastructure investments, and of course on roads. And we really are seeing historical investments from the government in infrastructure right across Nova Scotia. And again, I go back to thinking like sometimes it's a matter of with these roads, and it's a matter of sitting down and having these conversations with our municipality and trying to figure out ownership. And I look at J-class roads and things like that. And, a lot of these roads are roads that are smack dab in the middle of our municipalities, but are provincial ownership. So, for me, I know one of the things that I've tried to do as an MLA is work with the HRM to try to figure out what we can do to I would say improve services, but also to work together. I know that it can be frustrating for people at times where you see, like, for example, provincial roads have, the provincial roads, the main provincial roads in my community now all have active transportation lanes on them. It's something that I worked on from day one. And I think it can be frustrating, confusing, I would say, to individuals, residents, and constituents when they see some of that stuff go so far and then stop. And they think, why is it that these roads have that on the side of them, but these do and these don't? And a big part of that, again, is we go through the municipality and the province have different ownership on the stuff. And it's the same. I go back to the winter stuff. It's the same with winter maintenance. I know a lot of people get calls about why is it that this road is completely clear and this one isn't. And a big part of it is standards when it comes to salt. As you're probably, I know your constituency a little bit. I used to actually spend a lot of time in Brookfield when I was a kid, and we used to bike up to the Tasty Freeze, I think it was. We used to bike up to Tasty Freeze, and then we'd bike up to Truro. And along the way, I even as a young teenager, I remember thinking, like, there was around bike lanes and things like that, and infrastructure in place and safety. So, it is a great question, and we continue to work with our municipalities to see what we can do from a provincial standpoint and with our federal partners to implement the type of services when it comes to road that they expect.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answers. I just want to touch base with you and on a couple of other questions, but you've consulted with NSFM, CBRM, HRM. What about the other villages and municipalities where these roads and service agreements really affect those smaller towns and villages and municipalities, I guess, too? Have you had any consultation or communication with those members directly?
The honourable minister.
Yeah, so I have, and our staff. I'm obviously working my way through speaking to everyone. I do plan on, as minister, to get out as quickly as possible into those communities to speak to those individuals, as long as COVID allows. Right? We want to. Virtually and phone calls and that are great, and emails, but as you know, and everybody knows, in the end, face-to-face is the best thing that we could do. And we are definitely working with them. Our towns are as important as our municipalities, and they are, for me, again, a cog in the wheel that makes this province successful. We need to make sure that our towns are successful, that they have the infrastructure in place, and they have the revenue in place to be where they're at. I can tell you that we have staff here on hand that speak to and meet regularly with the wardens of the towns and the mayors of municipalities. Sometimes, depending on the issue, they're speaking daily, if not weekly, and so we are constantly being updated on what they need. But again, I just don't want them to ever think that they're not as important, because they are. They are extremely important to me. When I say a municipality and towns, like that's, again, is the backbone. Those are the backbone of our province, and they're what makes us move forward. So we're gonna sit down with them. We're gonna have conversations. Staff have been obviously directed to keep open communication, which they would anyways. Listen, we could, if you want, we could get you in here sometime, the member in here sometime, to speak with some of our staff, and you'll see how engaged they are, and how their relationship goes. It's almost they obviously have a professional relationship, but they also feel a personal responsibility. You have to remember that, yes, our head office the main office is located in HRM, but you look around and you see the staff, the ones that are dealing with individual towns and municipalities, and they're from all over the province, right? A lot of these people that are dealing with these communities have family in these communities. They have loved ones in these communities. They have friends in these communities. So it's personal for them. And, they want to make sure that Nova Scotia and all our partners are moving forward. So yeah, we will make sure if that they feel that they continue to feel valued. Again, we are meeting with them regularly. I've committed to continue to meet with them. I probably, close to half a dozen or a dozen virtual meetings that had wardens and counselors, and I encourage them. I encourage them to be open and direct, because as well as I know, sometimes you won't get some people won't voice their opinion with a minister there or staff there, but I encourage them, and we've had some really great conversations. And some of them are easy conversations, and some of them are more complex conversations. And so, that's all part of what this department's about, and we're going to make sure that our municipalities and our towns continue to feel valued.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the question or for the answer to the question. I'm not sure. I think we count sometimes look outside the box and really consider our villages and our towns and our municipalities, and that includes HRM and CBRM as well. But having those conversations with the I guess smaller populated members is critical, because they have sometimes some larger issues as well, and they want to be heard, and they have concerns too. So it leads me into my next question around municipalities are an estimated paying approximately 40% of the revenue to the province for mandatory education contribution. Does the minister think this is appropriate? And if not, or if so, what other issues are on their plate at this time? Because they're carrying a lot of load through these service agreements and other agreements with the province. And it just seems like the word that we've referenced before around downloading. And just really would like to get your thoughts on where we're going with that, or something to consider.
Minister?
I want to thank the honorable member for the question, and certainly as a father of three, education is extremely important, not just for me, but all Nova Scotians. And we're going to continue to work with our municipalities. I can tell you quite frankly that this isn't something that's come up with my discussions with our members, but I will say that they're looking over the last few years that I've had the privilege to be MLA. there's been unprecedented investments in education, and that's being made by the provincial government. And obviously that takes a lot of the expenses and the load off of our municipalities. We've seen hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure repair and new builds. Personally for myself, I've seen, just in my community, we've seen a brand new high school that's being built. That's, I can proudly say is going to be opening in September 2021. We've seen unprecedented investment in the inclusive education. Obviously, everybody knows about the report that came from that committee, and those are things that are extremely important if our education system. Someone once told me that your first impression driving up to a school as a student in that school bus or being dropped off or walking to school, your first impression when you look at that school, how important it is. And I look at, for me with member may or may not be aware, but high school, J.L. Owsley High School had a whole host of issues, whether it was leaking and heat issues, and the education that was being delivered in that school was first class. We heard that from the Department of Education. They were saying outstanding, that the staff there are outstanding, the students are outstanding, especially from an art standpoint. We were seeing an extraordinary amount of beautiful art coming from the school. But the kids knew, and they want it. When you look around and you see the brand new Citadel High School and you see New Halifax West, they wanted something different. They wanted a new school. And, we built, along with people like Rebecca DeCoste, a good friend of mine who lives in the community of Spryfield, and other parents, the SAC, we worked together to enhance and a case for that school, a school that was on the list for almost a decade, that had been overlooked. That's a whole different topic on why I think a school in Spryfield would be overlooked. But we committed to that and we got it done. And we're also looking at Schools Plus, the mental health services support. Well over $10 million is being invested and has been invested. And in this budget, you'll see there's even more investment in Schools Plus. That helps. That definitely helps municipalities. I think of Dr. Stan Kutcher, who's also a senator, I guess now, Stan Kutcher, who's a constituent of mine, but also a good friend. And he and I, even before I was MLA, we would talk about mental health. And I always say it's no secret. I deal with some stuff myself, and I always have. And Stan has always been someone who I could go to for perspective. But Stan would say to me, if you really want to help, take the services to the schools. And him and Star, I think it was a couple of years back, had done a report. And that's exactly what's happening now. We're seeing these investments in schools, and that helps municipalities, it helps the province, it helps the residents. And I think anytime we can invest in our children's future, our children's health, and our mental health is a huge, huge win for our communities and for the municipalities. And you see when our children feel like they can get a safe education, when they get the resources. Another thing that I'm extremely proud of that this government did, and has had a huge, huge impact in my community, is the breakfast program. The breakfast program is now available in all schools right across Nova Scotia. It's very difficult to be in any environment, let alone a learning environment, when you're hungry. And so I was very proud of that, to see that. And again, when it comes to education, pre-primary, obviously we've seen pre-primary is now in every single school in Nova Scotia. That's an investment in our municipalities. That's an investment in our schools, and that's an investment in the people that live and support and help each other out. That's investments in our brothers and sisters, our friends and family, and it's had a massive impact. I know it has. I've witnessed it firsthand. It's allowed more parents to go back to work. And I know the federal budget is coming out today. I read a CBC article that there's potentially a huge investment in childcare. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I think it's extremely important. I know that we need to continue these types of services. And there were some critiques. There was some naysayers on the pre-primary program. I sat there in the legislature and listened to the debate, and that's fine. That's what democracy is, right? That's what it is. But there's not a single MLA, there's not a single councillor or warden, there's not a single town or a municipality in Nova Scotia that would take that pre-primary services away. It's done an exceptional job, and I know that the one down by where I live, which is William King Elementary, one of the schools. I know that the previous minister of education had visited it because it is one of the more successful programs. Mrs. Hart, who's a good friend of mine before this, she's done an exceptional job with those kids. And the program has become such a success that they've expanded it. And it's now 2 classrooms of pre-primary in that one school. And that impacts our municipality's bottom line. It allows and it helps people to go back to work. It helps people to go to school. It helps them to earn some extra money, which then they spend locally and helps produce revenue for our municipality. So these, for me, it's a holistic approach. I watch how these programs are rolled out, and when I look at the budget as Minister of Municipal Affairs, I'm not just looking at what's in the budget for municipal affairs. I'm looking at what's in the budget in every department. Are those roads going to be twinned? How will that impact communities when they have twinned highways? Where are the schools being built? Where's the wastewater infrastructure being put in? We have seen unprecedented healthcare investment in this province. The QE2 redevelopment, the investments in Cape Breton. These are things that help. I mean, from the beginning, it's spurring on our local economy. It's putting tradespeople back to work. It's making sure that they don't have to move to Alberta. They don't have to move out of the province for work, because for too long we've seen that, and now what we're seeing is more and more youth retention. Our trades are at such a high demand. I look at just in my own house. We're looking to replace a couple of windows, and I can tell the member that if I had time, I know I could do it myself, but obviously we don't have a lot of free time. So we were trying to get somebody in to replace those windows, and good luck. The economy when it comes to a trade standpoint is booming. We've done an incredible job, and I say we, municipalities, have done an incredible job during COVID, and they really are the envy. They are the envy of all Canada. We're seeing unprecedented growth, and it's exciting. The other thing that COVID has actually one of the kind of spin-offs, I guess, or one of the things that's
The member has muted himself.
Oh, I thought that was you, Mr. Chair. We sorry about that. I'll wrap it up. We've seen the importance of getting out of the classroom, right? and enjoying nature. And I think back to my grade 6 teacher, Mr. Sullivan. And when I was in grade 6, Mr. Sullivan, who's long since retired, on a sunny day, he would say, okay, everybody put your books down. We're going out into the field to play sticks. And he'd grab, we'd have 2 piles of sticks, and it was essentially a game of chase. You had to steal each other's sticks, and the winner had the most sticks at the end. But he understood the importance of our children learning outside and being part of nature, and getting that fresh air and getting the beautiful sunshine on you. And so I'm really proud to see the investment in our outdoor learning centers, which is just over $7 million. Again, I go back to my own community. We have several outdoor learning centers already. It was something that the community, working with myself and government and our former councillor Steve Adams, we helped create an outdoor space. And the reason that came about is we had an administrator at the time, we had teachers at the time that said, you know what, this is important. And so those type of investments, I would say, we know how important it is. And we know how important it is that education is an investment, but it's not just a line on a sheet. It's those infrastructure spends. It's the hiring of the teachers and the staff, and we're seeing more and more staff coming into the education system. And, the Minister of Education can speak on that, but I just wanted to say, we will continue to work with our municipalities. If this is something that they feel that that is top of line for them. I mean, listen, I'm open to talk about anything they want. Again, even though I'm long-winded, I apologize. I'm here to listen and not just to speak. So the member, if you have municipal leaders that have brought this up to you, please send them my way, and I'll have that conversation with them.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. So it leads me into a next question, and it's around enabling or municipal modernization, and what's that mean to you in the department? And it sort of streams into my segue into another question around municipalities and the Minister of Energy and Mines to explore new revenue streams. I kind of be interested to hear what your thinking is around that in terms of new revenue streams for municipalities.
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you to the member for the great question. You know, this is something, modernization, if you don't mind that I start there, is definitely top of mind. And you know, for us, again, it goes back to those requests that are coming in from our municipal partners. And you know, in this session alone, we've seen a good example of changing and adapting and listening would be some of the bills that we brought forward, especially around virtual council meetings. You know, that I know it's kind of a strange thing to say, but even like 5 or 6 years ago, someone would have said virtual councils. We all would have been like, what in the, you know, bloody heck is that? But, you know, that was something that was brought forward by our partners on the ground that said, listen, it's worked effectively. And in fact, they've seen an uptick in public engagement around their council meetings because of access to these virtual meetings. So we've seen that. That is one thing. That's one way. We're always willing to listen. And when it comes to modernization, a part of that is investments, and you know, and to modernize municipalities and towns, and we need to have the infrastructure in place. And as we're all aware, you know, this government has set up a trust with hundreds of millions of dollars to work with our partners on broadband to ensure that the rollout of broadband is in almost every community. It touches all our Nova Scotians. And if we want our municipalities, if we want our businesses, and if we want to attract modern, and I think that's one of the other advantages that we as Nova Scotians have, is that we have such an educated and smart workforce. We have universities all over the place, and they, you know, we with the investment in broadband in particular, and more and more people and more companies working from home, this will help modernize our municipalities. It'll help put more money in our municipalities, in the pockets. You know, I was speaking to a gentleman the other day. Him and his partner, they moved here, I should say, from BC. Never been to Nova Scotia in their life, never. Read an article in Maclean's magazine. I was speaking to him on the weekend. They read an article in the Maclean's magazine that had just rated Nova Scotia, Halifax in particular, the #1 place to live in all of Canada for its modern and efficient healthcare system, is what the article said, for its access to broadband, its coastal lines, and everything else it has to offer. And he works, him and his partner, they both work for a large IT company. And he said he approached his manager at the time. He said, listen, I want to move to Nova Scotia. What's the possibility? And they said, do they have access to high-speed internet? I said, yeah, we're moving. So literally within days, he found a house, purchased it, and now he's down here. You know, they've done their COVID stuff, and now they're going to move here. So we're seeing Nova Scotia moving with investments. We're modernizing our healthcare system, the largest healthcare infrastructure spend in our province's history. And that's about modernizing our healthcare system. That's about bringing and attracting bright, new, young minds from all over the world. Because if we want to stay competitive, you know, it wasn't us, it was Maclean's magazine that said that we had an exceptional healthcare system here in Nova Scotia. And that's due to all the frontline healthcare workers, and that's due to all the people that come in every single day and work day and night for all Nova Scotians. But we're in a competitive market when it comes to resources. And if we want to continue to attract the brightest minds to our municipalities, we've got to modernize. And that includes, again, our internet, That includes our infrastructure on the ground, and that includes planning. And regional planning is huge. And we are encouraging regional planning. We're working. We have staff here that work with municipalities day and night to look at what they have. What is it that we can do, and what is it that you can do to attract people to your community? We're seeing growth right across this province. We're soon to hit a million residents, which not too long ago was unthinkable. We're seeing a beautiful diversity in this province. I've had the privilege to spend time abroad. I did the backpacking thing years ago. Let's say I turned 30 in the hills of a place called Ostrava in the Czech Republic. And I had the traveled France and Germany and all over the place. I'd gone to Europe before I even had gone to Quebec. And one of the things you notice in major metropolitans is especially London and places like that, and Paris is the diversity, and that in itself is a modernization of our municipalities when we can bring a diverse culture and mind, and so we're seeing that. And these regional planning, we're here every day to work with them. We're encouraging shared services for cost efficiency. And collaborations around municipalities, because this isn't about silos. I remember when I was much younger, it'd be Halifax versus Dartmouth, or this area versus this area, and sometimes we see the urban versus rural. Well, what I say to people is, I hate to break it to you, but we're all in this together, right? If a part of this province isn't working, then it's up to us to continue to work with them to make sure that we give them what they need and the resources they need. And the whole thought process around shared services is that, if why take on an expense as a municipality all by yourself when you can work with your partners next door? Why not? Why not do that? And for, you talked on the revenue side of it, we have a massive, every economist that's worth their weight in salt has said that the green economy it's here, it's coming. The ones that will come out of this, ahead are the ones that are going to be invested in the green economy. We have to realize, and I think, I've listened to all members in this House, and I can honestly say that I think all members agree that climate change is real. We have to make the necessary investments with our federal partners and our municipal partners, and the area of opportunity is there, whether it's solar, wind. I go back to when I was able to travel and had the luxury to travel in Europe, and I've been there a couple of times. But the first time I was there, and it was 15 years ago. And when I was in Ireland, there was windmills everywhere. So they knew then that there was investments that could be made. And I even think back to Quebec and the whole idea around Quebec and the way they produce their power. And at the time, I had a discussion years ago with a former premier of Quebec, and he said,
please.
Oh, sorry.
The time for the first hour for the PC party has expired. We'll move now to the NDP party. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Chair, through you to the Minister. I'd like to welcome and say hello to him. And I want to talk about the budget for a second, Mr. Chair. After the impacts of inflation on your department's costs, it is taken into account in this budget, represents the budget. So into account of that, with regards to housing being out of the budget and a few other things have been taken out of the budget, the budget for municipal affairs had an increase or a decrease, and by how much? And yes, by how much has there been either an increase or a decrease into the department?
The Honorable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honorable member for the question, and like the member before her, this is her first time in the legislature, and I again proud to see you here, and you're doing an outstanding job, and you have some beautiful artwork there behind you. So the budget is, there's obviously there with housing and a few others. I know that some people looked at the budget and they saw a decrease, but that was actually because resources were moved out of this department, and they were moved into their own department because we feel that how important the Department of Municipal Affairs is. My job, and I'm very proud of it, is to concentrate strictly and solely on those relationships and to work with the municipal department. Our budget has remained stable and we'll continue to invest. There's lots of projects, and we're seeing a huge amount of money that's trickling down from the federal government. When we think of money, or we think of resources, we take into it, a lot of times it just goes right to dollars and cents. But a large part of this is also the human resources that we give each and every day to those municipalities. I can tell you that the services that are being provided by staff here are saving money. Are saving municipalities money. They're helping them work through issues. They're helping them do planning. Just the other day, as I had stated earlier, the other week there, we met with CRM, and we worked with them through their projects and what was important to them. And one of the things that was said to them was, let's have that discussion and let us work with you to frame up these projects, because obviously everybody has a whole list of projects. It would be an endless pot of money. It'd be probably tens of millions of dollars if we all wish we had a money tree, we could do it all. So it's about prioritizing, and that's a big part of it for us is sitting down with those municipalities and saying, like, let's prioritize. Like, yes, this over here would be great, but we're working with them on electrification. We're working with them on helping to get safe roads in and out of their municipalities. And again, I look at this department from a holistic standpoint, because when I sit down with municipal leaders, it's not just about the programs in municipal affairs for them. We have conversations on schools. We have conversations on healthcare. We have conversations on so many other things. So, we sit there and we have that conversation with them, and we have individuals that work in this department that will sit down with them, and they'll go through their applications, and they'll help them frame up these applications so that they meet the guidelines and the standards from the federal government. The federal government have programs that are readily available that we piggyback off of. We spend a lot of money on these programs, but they have to meet certain conditions. And so, I would think that if those staff that work with municipalities, if they weren't there, that would be a huge cost to our municipalities. And we continue on working around environmental and economic stability, and making these communities the best communities in the world. It's not just about we were seeing, before, things have changed a lot because of COVID-19, obviously. And we were seeing record numbers of tourism to this province. And that was because of monies that was being invested from a provincial level to invest and to advertise and to promote this beautiful province. And that trickles down. That trickles down into our municipalities. As an MLA for Cape Breton, I'm sure I know you are. You're well aware of the importance of tourism to Cape Breton. And so, we will continue to work with those all our partners on this stuff, and we want to make sure that they feel empowered, they feel listened to, and they know that we're here as a partner. And our job is to work hand in hand, arm in arm with them. Thank you.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if the member is aware, but I was a former municipal councillor up until March of 2020. I'm very well diverse in municipal affairs and the running of the department, and they are great people. So I'd like just to have the questions, because I know a lot about the department already. Thank you. I want to know how much of this budget is coming from federal money.
The honourable minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Currently, our budget sits at $213.2 million. Of that, $100 million of it is recoverable from the federal government. And it's the way that basically, as the member knows, but just for everyone else out there, how this works is, things fluctuate depending on what programs are out there, right? So, and also, we look at potential emergencies that happen. I look back at the last two hurricane seasons and the amount of damage that was done. So obviously, when things like that come up, we as a province, as a people, we need to react to that. And we're here to take advantage. So that's when I think of municipal affairs, I think of working with our partners hand in hand, listening to them, but also I think of opportunity. This is a department that looks for opportunities, and those opportunities a lot of times come from the federal government. We want to piggyback off their money. Obviously, it's no different than, I'll use HRM for an example. I've worked with in my community and other communities where, HRM has a project and they're looking for funding, and then they come to government, whether it's a field or community center. And so those are the opportunities that we look for. So we look at what is it from a federal standpoint, from a municipal standpoint that is out there, that we can use our money, our taxpayers' dollars, to stretch and to take advantage of. Building that community center, if you can get a third is a fantastic thing to do, right? So, we're looking at what the feds have. We're constantly in contact with our partners right across Nova Scotia. And part of like designing and working on this budget is also key priority areas and what programs that are out there that are available. And I look at, a good example of that is wastewater sewer, our ISIP program with the wastewater program. That is made available. Because our federal partnership. Without that federal partnership, it would be difficult. Let's be honest, it'd be difficult. But that's what the feds are there for. They're there to partner with us. So when they come to us and they say, "Hey, listen, we realize the importance of water, wastewater infrastructure. We need to have a partner." That's what municipal affairs is. It's a partnership. And I do actually come from a bit of a water, wastewater background. I worked at Halifax Water for years as a utility worker. And I can tell you just from my standpoint, that those kind of investments are needed. We have extremely old infrastructure here in HRM and here right across Nova Scotia. So, when we're looking at those programs, we're saying to the federal government, here's some priorities for us, whether it's water, wastewater. Now we're looking at electrification. We met with our municipal partners. They're saying to us, hey, you know what? We want to meet our carbon goals. We want to be able to, we're not, as a province, you're not going to be able to do that without us. But truthfully, we need your help on this. So, those kind of conversations come to us in the Department of Municipal Affairs. We take those conversations. We have the discussion here. We have people on the ground in those municipalities talking to the leaders in those municipalities, and then we have those conversations with the feds, because we want to make sure that those programs are matched up to the wants and the needs and the desires. So it's a little different. Obviously, this department is a little different than others. Like, when you look at some of the other departments and they're like, hey, this is what the budget is. This is all this money. The majority of the money is coming from the province. With us, obviously a large portion of our money comes from recoverable federal dollars. But again, I go back to, all you have to do is take a walk around this department and you see the staff who are constantly on the phone, they're constantly emailing, they're constantly in contact on the road in those municipalities, talking to the leaders. And that to me is invaluable, because it saves those municipality money and it shows a level of cooperation that I'm very proud of. I've yet to hear a single complaint from anyone of our municipal partners about the staff here in this department. And that says something, because some of these staff have been here a long time, and they've worked with the municipality for a long time. And as well as I know that anytime you work with someone for a long time, people can find a reason to disagree. But I think with the department here, there is obviously they don't always agree, but they find a way to come to a common ground. And so, when it comes to the money, I would say this department is as much about money as it is about resource and knowledge.
The member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. I would like to talk about EPR for PPP. So the provincial government's EPR program requires manufacturers to take financial responsibility for the eventual end and destination of their product packaging. The NSFM has cited this as one of their top priorities. Municipalities would like to have facilities in Nova Scotia, and because it would save them between $12 to $17 million. And it's it's been my understanding since 2017, 2018, that this, maybe 2019, if I'm being fair, that legislation's been ready to go. That the committee did their job and put forward potential legislation. So my question is, what is holding this up?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honorable member for the question, and certainly EPR is something that's come up, and it's definitely part of my mandate letter. We're working with NSFM, and we're working with we're consulting. Consultation is a big part of this. We know that it's important for them, but we need to work with our municipalities. We need to work with our business leaders. We need to work with people on the ground to really figure out what this looks like. We're also working with the Department of Environment. This government, I think, has an exceptional record when it comes to the environment, whether it's Boat Harbor, which was a long-standing historical issue. We made the decision to take the cleanup and for the people, Indigenous community of Boat Harbor. I think that was something that it was something that's long overdue. I look in my own backyard in Harrietsfield and the C&D site that's there. Again, we're looking at a 25-year historical issue that nobody wanted to touch. I can proudly say that as of the end of May, that site has been remediated. And so, we need to continue to consult, to work together. We know this is a priority. We know, listen, I speak to municipal leaders right across this province, and we're having these consultations, and this stuff, when it comes to the environment, we've shown that we're leaders. You look at, we can talk about the cap and trade system here in Nova Scotia, and the current premier who helped design and build a Nova Scotia way, a Nova Scotia solution, something that worked for Nova Scotians. It is when it comes to the environment, and EPR is a large part of that. when it comes to the environment. There is no, it's one of the biggest pressing matters is the issue of a generation here. It's something that's been talked
Order,
about.
please. It's now time for another 15-minute COVID break. We'll return at 2:08.
Thank you.
Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply resumes. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre. You have until 2:47.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, I'm not finished. Sorry, I was cut off with my answer. Sorry.
Okay, I recognize the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just think that when we talk about the environment, it's important. I just wanted to finish up quickly, but EPR obviously is something that that we're going to be looking into. But I think it's become really clear to the general public that this government and all departments have part of their mandate is to look at the environment. So when we're making investments, we're making policy changes. We want to look at what best benefits our economy and the environment. For too long, I think, even in recent memory, for too long, it was either the environment or the economy. And we realize that these things need to go hand in hand. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that you don't have to do more to make more. And I look at my time working with the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. I was able to tour the province when it comes to the lobster industry, and they've been extremely successful. And I represent a traditional lobster fishing village in Sambro, Nova Scotia. And what they realized and what they adjusted to with the help of with government and stakeholders is that these resources are finite. We don't control the amount unless we're over harvesting, unless we're overcutting, or unless we're doing these things. So what we did was to say was, well, what working with the fishers across Nova Scotia, what is it that we can do to do add-on value? And that was a big part of it, was how can we increase value of a resource that you're harvesting? And I've been able to live in and around a fishing village my entire life. I actually baited trawl a few times and tried my hand at fishing. I can honestly say that I don't have the sea legs for it. I went out a few times, and it wasn't, God love them that are out there doing it. It's not easy work. But there's been a lot of ebbs and flows, especially when it comes to lobster and the price around lobster. And, we don't see that anymore. Right now, the price of that resource has been pretty stable. And that's because going back to an environmental lens, instead of saying, let's take every one of them. Let's get as many as we can out of the water. It's been, okay, the ones we get, how do we get that value? How do we get more value? And that's opening up markets around the world. It used to be that we call it a canner, but anything over, I guess, 2 pounds wasn't considered valuable. And working with our municipalities, working with jurisdictions right across the world, we were able to find value so that resource isn't thrown away, that resource isn't undervalued. And EPR is obviously a tool that a lot of municipalities are looking at, but again, I go back to, like, we need consultation. We need to make sure that our municipalities, our businesses are consulted. People who this is going to impact are consulted, and we want to make sure that we roll this out properly. And we've seen that. We've seen that with legislation that has come this session from municipal affairs. We've seen legislation that has been heavily consulted, and we've seen our members, our stakeholders come to law amendments and full support with no surprises and saying, like, yes, virtual council meetings and whether it's a change to the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, these things came from us. These ideas came from us. That's what we're hearing from our members. And so they were consulted. I can say I want to thank Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. They did a lot. They did a lot of the legwork on this stuff, and they come to us and they say, listen, we've talked to our members. We've held virtual meetings and face-to-face meetings on this stuff. Are they going to have full agreement with all their members? No. Hopefully, they're able to talk to all their members and explain to them the importance of these things. But EPR is definitely something, and that we've heard the Premier speak on. It's obviously in our mandate letter, so it's something extremely important that we want to look at. But again, I just want to go back to we need to get these things right. We need to make sure that when we're rolling out legislation, important legislation that is going to have impacts on the ground to our municipalities and to our towns, that they are part of this. They are lockstep with us, and this doesn't mean that legislation is going to be perfect, but we want to make sure that the legislation is, I should say, perfect for everyone. But we want to make sure that it's something that is palatable, that they don't feel like it's being forced on them. And in closing, we're committed to formally continue to work with municipalities on EPR.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, you have until 2:47.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. It's been a long day so far. Mr. Speaker, I've asked about EPR for PPP. So I will ask again, and if the minister could just give me a timeline for when when the consultation is going to take place, when this legislation may come, if the legislation is eventually going to come, because you know what, Mr. Chair, the committee did their work, and they've been waiting for a very long time for this legislation to come forward. So if the minister, Mr. Chair, could just give me a clear answer as to what he expects the timeline to be for consultation. Thank you.
The honourable minister.
Excuse me. Sorry, I got a hiccup. Yeah, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Obviously, EPR is an important topic. We're working with the municipalities, and they've signaled to us that this is a priority for them. But like we look at when we brought in the cap and trade system in Nova Scotia, and how I would argue, and many would argue across Canada, that we got that right, and it was because of extensive consultation. There's many stakeholders to have these conversations with, and we want to make sure that their voices are heard. We want to hear from our non-for-profits, our business communities. We want to hear from people on the ground, because again, I look back to the cap and trade system that is here in Nova Scotia, and that came because we listened, and from extensive consultation with our community members. And, we know that this is a priority, and there's many priorities. from our municipalities, and that's been reflective in this session. We heard from HRM around they wanted changes to the municipal charter around to allow for a new aquatic center. This is something that they felt was important. We worked closely with them on that change. We've worked with municipalities. We heard from NSFM around the accessibility piece of legislation that we brought in, and if we want to talk about an importance of consultation. On that piece of legislation, there was heavy consultation that was done. We saw.
Mr. Chair, there's something wrong with the member's audio.
Member, we cannot hear you. Your mic is still on, but we can't hear you. You must have worn your mic out.
Mr. Chair, I think we lost the member as well. I just want to know, is this going into my time?
Well, yes, I think it is, because we have it down pretty pat. But
Because the minister has disappeared.
I'll try and allow a minute or so on the other end. So. Going to ask that the minister try to get on as soon as possible.
Mr. Chair, what time do I go to?
2:47 so far. He's having a lot of problems. He was connecting to audio and
I see he's disappeared again.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we can have the past municipal minister. I see he's on here with us.
As time eats away.
Now he lost.
Sure. Where would you like to pick up?
Okay, let's talk about EPR for PPP.
Brendan might not be very happy.
That's all right, Mr. Well, we can actually change it. We'll go with this one. How about Mr. Chair? Could the former minister, Mr. Chair, tell me why has the province not followed through with the NSFM's request of 20 million over 3 years?
Okay.
Oh, he's back.
The minister is back.
So I want to apologize I'm coming back. Hold on. We're trying to figure out. We had a technical difficulty there. The computer that I was on, for some reason, just said the audio stopped. I guess it was a sign that I was talking too much. But to go back to the question, you know what? I'll just pass the time to the member.
Thank you. My next question, because we're getting stuck on that one. Why has the province not?
Order, please, member. I'm going to give you an extra 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to the minister is, why has the province not followed through with the NSFM's request of 20 million over 3 years in the financial capacity grant?
The Honourable Minister.
We're to the member. Can I just get some clarification on that ask? Our staff is trying to really pin down what you're referring to. Sorry.
Yes,
Member.
Mr. Chair, in a letter of resolutions that the NSFM provided to the to DMA, there was a request for funding to take the grant and increase the funding by 20 million over 3 years.
Minister. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Thank you to the member opposite. Before I start the question, Mr. Chair, right now I'm using my phone because my laptop had to restart. I have another laptop here and I'm trying to get into the subcommittee. I'm not being, there we go. They just admitted me in because it'd just be a lot easier if I could use this instead of. And I want to apologize.
Would the minister turn off his phone, please?
There you go. So I want to say I apologize to the member. I know your time is valuable and your questions are greatly appreciated. So we are obviously conversations around that will continue. We're working with our municipalities on this and a host of other issues. I can tell you that in the past, when it comes to listen, we want to make sure that our municipalities are financially viable and they have the resources that when we going through the COVID pandemic, there was $67.5 million that was given to our municipalities for the Restart program. And that is a small percentage of what our municipalities see right across the board. We are continuing to invest in infrastructure right around this province, which will have a positive impact and help generate individuals and revenue to our municipalities. I know in CBRM, for example, that we're seeing unprecedented levels of healthcare investments that will have a huge impact on in Cape Breton, and also the investment in the NSCC, the downtown campus, just to name a few things. So we're listening and we're talking. There's several. I can be quite frank with you. There's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of issues that are before the staff here, municipal affairs. We're working with the municipality to prioritize with them what they feel is most important. Right now, in my recent conversations with municipalities and towns, what we're hearing is they're looking at coming out of COVID ahead. They one of the biggest issues has been around broadband and access to high-speed internet, because we know we can't attract individuals to our community, and we can't expand the scope of employment and give our businesses a level playing field unless they have. Yeah,
Minister, you're breaking up again, and we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we'll try it again.
Listen. I think I might be cursed here today. I apologize. This is the third piece of equipment we're using. So, and I was just talking about broadband. So there you go. So yeah, it's for us. It's about figuring out what it is that we can do to put our municipalities on a competitive playing field. And we've heard for decades now the importance of high-speed internet, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investments that we're seeing from the provincial government. That's finally a promise that's been made for decades that's coming to fruition. We're seeing expansion of high-speed internet right across the province. That is a huge cost savings for our municipalities that would normally, that is something that could have potentially been put on our municipalities. But we're there to work with them and work with private sector to ensure that we see that rolled out right across this province, and that our municipalities become more attractive, because we know right now that we are in high demand. Nova Scotia is in high demand. There is a list a mile long of people who want to come live in this province, and that's how we're going to grow this province with good immigration, with people moving back home. Municipal equalization is just one tool. We're exploring this and other means to assist in the economic sustainability of our municipalities. I think sometimes, we concentrate on one thing and we don't see all the other things that are going around, that are happening around us. And I can tell you that when I speak to our municipal partners, they're happy, they're proud, and they're excited to see schools being built all around them, roads being paved all around them, investment in the fishing industry, investment in high-speed internet. We went, I think, back-to-back years with record investments in infrastructure from the Department of Transportation, and that's spread out right across this province. And that happened because we were able to take a fiscally responsible approach to governing Nova Scotia. We were in a massive deficit situation in 2013 when we took over, and we were also in a structural deficit, whether it's through healthcare or roads or schools. It's important to look. For me, it's important as Minister of Municipal Affairs to look at the big picture and to say, okay, we're looking at the equalization portion of it, but we need to continue the communication and continue the work with our municipalities, and we see the positive work that's going on from one end of this province to another.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to know that the minister just called it equalization. Good to know we got that confirmed. What else I would like? So that was but all in all, that was an answer to some question. I don't know what it was, but it really was not the answer to mine. But I'm moving on because I only have a time limit here. And so we want to talk about spreading the wealth, and we want to talk about municipalities and being able to thrive. Municipalities need operational funding. They need money to actually do their responsibilities. And so part of that was supposed to be under the cannabis tax revenue. The feds agreed to a 75% breakdown in cannabis tax revenue with the province, with an agreement that 25% of the 75% would go to municipalities. As of today, there is no such agreement in Nova Scotia. Instead, municipal units have to take on more administrative work in order to receive their money, which I call showing their receipts. So currently, what percentage, I'd like to know from the minister, what percentage of tax revenue is currently going to municipalities? And that is the cannabis tax revenue that I'm asking about, Mr. Chair.
The honourable minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And it's the legalization of marijuana, I think, is something that I'm proud that the federal government took that on. We were seeing and having their lives ruined because of carrying or having access to marijuana. So it's something that I'm very proud of. Nova Scotia has taken a safe approach to this. There's jurisdictions all around the world that have taken different approaches. But what we did was we worked with the federal government, we worked with municipalities, obviously, and this was a joint effort between the Department of Justice and many other departments to ensure a safe rollout of marijuana and cannabis products across Nova Scotia. And we're seeing now that online there, and just some of the comments I had with the minister, is that we're seeing an expansion of the NSLC, and I think the NSLC is a great place for that to land, and we're seeing that it's been shared fairly, I think, across municipalities where they've tried to work and have that those stores representative in all corners, and we're going to see an expansion of that. And it's originally, I think when these conversations came out around the legalization of marijuana, it was less about making seeing this as a cash cow and making money off of it, and it was more about the way we treat people who are using the product and have access to the product. And I know that when I heard the federal government talk about it, and I heard the Prime Minister talk about it, that's what it was about. It wasn't about like, okay, we're going to make all this money off of it, and in fact, it was about how we treat our citizens and are we treating them fairly? And I think they've done a great job. I know, when this came in and we had these conversations in the legislature, there was some party support around the legalization of marijuana. I know there wasn't all party support. I know that one of the parties in particular didn't want the legalization of marijuana because for a whole host of reasons, and that is their own prerogative. What we kept hearing was, if you legalize this product, the social issues and the justice issues that were going to come along with it. I think the federal government's argument was the social and the justice issues that happened because of making this product illegal far outweighed the ones on legalizing it. And in fact, we heard other members talk about, this would lead to a huge run of abuse and other things that come along with substance use. And that'd be a question for the Department of Health. But I think what it's done is it's taken the stigma away from it, and it's taken that off of our police force, and that in itself is a savings to our municipalities. They're not out there, policing the use of marijuana. They're not out there just being just steamrolled over the stuff. And so when I've talked to police officers, they felt, policemen and women right across this province felt very relieved that this was something that they didn't have to deal with. And we've heard from municipalities that, and we've heard from people that, it's been a hot topic for discussion on what is the job of our municipal police officers, and what is the job of our RCMP officers, and what is the best use of the resources. And I would argue that there is a massive cost savings and resource saving to our municipalities, because they're not using these resources now to fight marijuana and go after them. So we're going to continue to work with our municipalities, and I am proud of the relationship that we have with them. Again, I haven't heard from. We've sat down and had multiple conversations with our municipal partners. This is not something that we've they've identified as a top priority. So if they want to have those discussions, what I would say is, we're here. We have staff that they're in contact with them every single day. If they want to have these conversations, we will certainly sit down with them, and we're going to find the best use of their time and their resources. And we continue to fund lots of programs for them. We talked earlier about the $213 million budget that this department has. That money, the majority of that money is going directly into the municipalities' hands. It's going into municipalities' resources and assets. And I look around our province and the growth that we're seeing now. And a lot of that is because of the investments that the municipalities are making in their people. And we're getting phone calls from them, and we're meeting with them, and they're saying, listen, that new school, that new water and sewer, that park that you've helped you've helped preserve, is making a big difference in our community. And I just think of in my own backyard, working with the municipality and the private sector and the Shaw Group, and millions and millions of dollars of investment for the province and the municipality and private sector. And we were able to create and work with individuals to create one of the largest green spaces, well, definitely in HRM, but one of the largest green spaces in Nova Scotia. And that helps attract, and that helps bring revenue, and that helps bring people to the community. And it really has become a focal point for people wanting to move into our community. And, I looked at some numbers the other day, and just in the Spryfield area alone, there was 400 homes sold in Spryfield since January. And why? Why? Because they're seeing the investments from the province to the municipality, whether it's sidewalks, it's an investment in our transit, it's investments in schools. These areas are going to grow because of the investments that are being made. And again, our budget is about cost sharing. It's about taking advantage of those precious municipal dollars. Tax dollars are tax dollars, whether it's provincial, municipal, or federal. It's all coming from our residents. We need to make sure that when we spend that money, we're spending it wisely, and it's trickling down to the municipalities and having the greatest impact possible. And that, that not only includes, one second. That not only includes infrastructure, but includes programs. And we've seen the importance of these programs around COVID with the safe restart. And without federal and provincial and municipal cooperation, I think that a lot of these municipalities would be in a situation, and a lot of these businesses would be in a very tough situation. So we're hearing from them. They're saying to us, these are the sectors that are. Sorry.
Order, please. Minister, I'm going to ask to restrain the people, if you could get more in tune with the questions that the members are asking, because we don't have a lot of time. I know I should be expressing an opinion on that, but I can see frustration when I look around the screen. So anyway, the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I concur with your sentiments, to say the least. Cannabis tax revenue is a priority for NSFM. So either the minister is not listening to the NSFM, as he keeps on saying he is, or he's blatantly ignoring them. But I'll move on to another question with regards to the NSFM. They ask, let's see, what else can I say? Well, the department actually ignored them, I should say this, and told them no, but the NSFM requested that the municipal election be delayed. So if the department and the minister is listening to municipalities, why didn't they listen to the request to delay the election, or because they feared that if the election didn't go ahead and had to be canceled, they'd be out millions, thousands of millions of dollars. So that's my question. Why didn't the minister listen to the NSFM when they asked for a delay in the election?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you to the honorable member. We worked with our municipalities. We worked with the Department of Health to come up with some guidelines, strict guidelines. I think Nova Scotians expect democracy to continue. What I can say is that the numbers show that this was a success. The turnout for the municipal election was higher than the last few cycles. We had very few to little hiccups, and we were able to show how to conduct the democracy of Nova Scotia during the time of COVID. At the time, again, I will say that at the time, obviously there's going to be some potential fear or trepidation around what this would look like. But again,
Order,
this
please.
was Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but the time for the hour for the NDP has expired. We'll go back now to the PC caucus, and before we left off with the member for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook Salmon River, I don't know if he's going to continue his line of question or wants to pass it on. Member.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, I missed the last part you said there. What was it? Sorry.
I'm just seeing who, pardon me, whether the member wants to question or pass it off to another member.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief with my questions, and hopefully we get direct answers from the minister or from the department. My first question is around the town of Parsborough in the municipality of Cumberland County being asked to repay costs associated with the new multi-million-dollar sewage and treatment facility. There were letters written to the province and your department, as well as the federal government, looking for support because for the overrun instead of putting it back onto the taxpayers. It was an additional $4 million that are right now is the taxpayers are on the hook for it. So my question is there or will there be any additional funds available to the municipality of Cumberland County and the community of Parsborough? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
want to thank the honorable member for the question. When it came to the water, wastewater, we as a province had provided, along with the federal government, had provided 100% of the funding, and this was during the dissolution process. Part of that agreement was there would be no cost overruns, or we were not responsible for the cost overruns, but we did provide 100% of the cost for that project under the original agreement.
Member?
Okay, so your answer is there's no provincial support for that community on that project?
Minister?
No. My answer would be that the original cost that came forward to us was 100% covered, which, you know, as for those that may or may not know, when it comes to water sewer, that's normally not the process. You know, I've been involved with water and sewer projects for a while now, even in my own backyard, and it's usually a third. So the municipality usually has to come up with a third of the cost for the water wastewater project. In this case, Parsboro was going through the dissolution process. They had identified this as a project that was extremely important to them, and we helped them. We helped them out with 100% of the cost. So we asked them to bring forward the project, to bring forward the cost of the project, and we would work with them to ensure that that cost, the original cost, was covered. So they did. They did their due diligence. They did their hard work. They brought forward this project, one that's extremely important to the community, and you know, we gave them 100% of the funding. Now, to say that the province is not supporting them is simply not true. 100% is better than 0%, obviously, and we are continuing to work with them on this project. They're in close contact with our staff, but again, the agreement that was put in place with Parsboro was that we would cover 100% of the original cost of the project. So they brought forward in the original plan with the original cost, and we gave them the money for that project.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Minister. To the chair. Well, I'm just going to move on to my next question. Here in the town of Truro, we've had some recent announcements and closures and relocations, and this is an EMO question, by the way. Relocation of the local RCMP 911 Communications Center detachment took 55 jobs out of the community. In your mandate, you talk about partnering with Public Safety Canada and other related stakeholders to continue to facilitate critical infrastructure emergency planning programs. And I guess what's the role? Describe the role public safety has in dealing with EMO and continuing in planning and development related to deployments of the next generation 911. So when we lost this communication center, I was asking the questions from day one about it, and I kept getting pushed off to whether it was the federal government or the RCMP, and the province obviously would play a role in this decision to move it to the Dartmouth headquarters. I guess my question is, again, is why? And what's your plan moving forward in strategy when it comes to the next generation 911?
The honorable minister.
I want to thank the honorable member for the question. I do want to start out by saying it's very, very important for everyone to realize that services in that area have not been impacted. The movement of the 911 service call center is a federal decision. It was something that falls under the RCMP, so it's really something that I can't speak to because I don't have jurisdiction over that. I would encourage the member to probably reach out to your MP but I can understand. I can understand the local economic impacts that would have. But what I would suggest is that the member reach out to the RCMP and the local MP to find out why that decision was made, because anything I would say right now would be purely speculation, and I don't think it's fair to the member and the residents of that area to just speculate. What I will say is that when it comes to Next Gen 911, the CRTC did rule that this has to be in place by 2024. We are working with Bell Canada and one of our other partners, Introde, and we're currently testing on this system. And it's very important that we get this right and this system is up and running. As I said in my opening statement, a big part of this will be moving away from our traditional method of communication. I shouldn't say moving away, but expanding on our traditional method of communication. It's funny, it'd be interesting to see how many people actually make phone calls now compared to, like, maybe not our generation, but the generations coming up behind us. It's all about social media, text messaging, and videos. And so we want to make sure that people have access to the newest and current information, and that 911 is as effective as possible. So again, I would reach out to your MP and to the RCP on the movement of that.
The member for Curra, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and back to the minister. Just before I pass it on to my colleague in Pictou West, I have reached out to the MP. I have spoke to the assistant commander of the RCMP, and she has referenced the province was involved. So anyways, that will answer my question. Anyways, I'd like to pass it over to my colleague for Pictou West for the remaining time.
Quickly, Mr. Chair, I would just say that just from the staff here, we would not be involved in any federal positions or jobs. We don't have jurisdiction over that, so I don't know what was said to the member, but I can tell you that, it would be no different than, if you're a provincial employee and the federal government telling us where to put our provincial employees. That's just simply not how it works. We wouldn't. So if there's federal jobs being moved around, that would not be up to us. That would be up to the federal government.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just have a couple questions, and I'm sure that my questions can be answered fairly quickly so that my next colleague can ask his questions as well. So the first one is around ground search and rescue, which is clearly an invaluable service to the province of Nova Scotia. We have 23 different organizations, all volunteer organizations in this province. Quite aware of the contributions that they make. Each organization basically runs their system pretty well the same. We know that liability insurance and workman's comp, all that's covered by your department. So I know all that information. What my question is we invest as a province, we give each organization $3,000. $3,000 for all the work that they do. I'm wondering if the minister is going to consider giving them an increase. They have not had an increase for decades, I believe, but I could be corrected on that. But at the end of the day, you're investing basically $69,000 between the 23 organizations. Surely we can increase it to $5,000 each and put it up to $115,000. So, Minister, what are your thoughts on that, please, through the chair?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, how much time do we have before break?
3 minutes.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I want to first recognize our search and rescue crew and all the great work they do. And you know, I have friends that volunteer and work with our search and rescue, and they're an important part. They're an extremely important part of our frontline workers, and they work side by side. And listen, they save lives. They do an invaluable service here in Nova Scotia, and you know, yes, we do give them $3,000 per team. But there's other benefits that we do provide. We cover liability insurance, which can be a huge expense for those teams. It's something that they've asked for in the past, and that's something that we'll continue to provide. We also will cover and do cover, I should say, their workers' compensation.
Mr.
Again,
Chair.
that's a savings for those teams. Mr. Chair, I'm not finished. Sorry. And that is a savings for those teams. And it's something that we make sure that these things don't come out of their pockets. The other thing that it could be and is extremely expensive that we do cover is the telecommunications side of this. So, you know, when I understand the member was asking about one particular part, but this is a bigger thing. This isn't just about like one simple benefit and increase, or one benefit or fiscal piece that we're providing these search and rescue groups. We provide them with many services, and you know, we're providing them with satellite phones, which can be extremely costly and expensive. And all of this is also to show, we need to make sure that when they're out there, that they have the proper equipment and that they're safe when they're doing work to protect our loved ones. You know, there's also an income tax credit that's given to all members of our search and rescue. That's another way that we show our appreciation and we help. You know, part of this is not just showing them how valuable they are to us, but also retention. We've got to give them. It's not an easy thing to do. Obviously, they're under a stressful situation, and I would argue that not every person can and will do that job. So we give them, we want to make sure that there are things there that'll attract them to the position. And a lot of times it isn't about the finances for them. It's about a duty that they feel to all Nova Scotians to protect. It's like we see that with a lot of our frontline workers.
Order, please.
Oh, sorry.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've reached the time for our final COVID break for the afternoon. So we'll come back at 3:23 for the final hour of subcommittee.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. So I'm just going to finish that right quickly. I'll be really short.
Just 1 minute, Minister, please. We're running a little bit behind the committee in the House. We're about 7 minutes behind them. So we started a minute earlier. Hope you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'll let the minister finish briefly his response.
So I guess to kind of wrap it all up, Mr. Chair, in addition to the $3,000 that we provide, we also provide a lot of different services which take the monetary pressure off of those organizations. And to close the question out, we want to thank our search and rescue volunteers and the ones that are out there on the front line. And thank you for everything they do to keep Nova Scotians safe.
The honourable member for Pictou West, the stop time is 4:01.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to the minister, absolutely not has taken the pressure off. I wouldn't be asking the question if it was taking the pressure off and you were giving them more than $3,000 a month. As I opened with my statements, I am completely aware of what your department is giving them. In fact, even a license plate was recently mentioned that they're receiving. That's not what these organizations are asking for. They're asking for base increase in their operational amount. And it's disappointing that the Liberal government doesn't support in increasing, these organizations, their overall budget from $3,000 to $5,000. They're well worth it. Certainly, they're well aware of how grateful I am of their commitment to this organization and the amount of volunteers that sacrifice their lives to go out and save ours. And I definitely support an increase in their basic funding. So I will get back to them and certainly let them know that there's no indication of an increase in funding. But that's fine. But I do want to ask, I do know that when their members are traveling, that they can be reimbursed for their travel and their meals. But a lot of these organizations, Mr. Chair, a lot of them actually do not have enough money to write checks for their members, for their travel and their meals. And therefore, they're waiting 2 to 3 months to get the money back from the government. That's why they need this basic operational increase. So I know that my other colleague that will be on later will be asking a number of questions as well around this. And so just to finish off, I'm just wondering if the minister can commit to maybe speeding up that process of making sure that they receive their funding for miles and meals.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for bringing this forward. I can tell you that I will bring this forward to staff. We will work on expediting the process as much as we can, and we value all the work that our search and rescue teams do. It's extremely important work. We talked about the member talked about operational expenses and helping them out with operational expenses. The $3,000 is second only to BC. We provide one of the largest remunerations for our search and rescue, but also part of operational expenses again is the liability insurance, the workers' comp, and the please, can I continue? And the telecommunications. All of this stuff is money that would be coming out of the pocket of those individuals in our search and rescue. And we've taken that upon ourselves to deal with those issues and to deal with that funding. And that could add up to potentially hundreds of dollars a month. But we are dealing with that because we know that we need to take some of that pressure off of our search and rescue. The last thing they need to the last thing that they need on their mind when they're out there bravely supporting all Nova Scotians is where they're going to be able to pay their liability insurance, their workers' comp, and their telecommunications. And just having the satellite phones alone is a massive, a massive asset to our work, our search and rescue, because just looking at Nova Scotia, the cell phone service, we do have fairly decent cell phone service as someone who worked in that industry for a long time. But in order for our search and rescue men and women to do their job properly, they need something stronger. They need something, the most reliable communication that they can get, and that's what that satellite's there for. So, as for your original question, listen, I will sit down and we can have them sit down with our staff. We can have these discussions. I really do appreciate you bringing this forward. It's extremely important, and I know, I know you're somebody who, has stood up for and will continue to stand up for our frontline workers, and I have a deep appreciation for that. And I know it's heartfelt, and we know that there's always more we can do, and we'll sit down with them, and I welcome you to be part of that conversation.
Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. What I'd like to discuss next would be regarding, there was a letter sent, many actually, I believe, but one from myself and one from the Mayor of Pictou and the Warden, and requesting your department to engage in our project of our new library, which earlier you spoke of thirds for funding. We have all our thirds. Except from the province. We have the federal, we have the municipal. We wrote a letter asking for you to be engaged as well. I'm not sure exactly the date of the letter, but you're probably aware. And my question is simple. On behalf of basically all Pictonians and our municipality and our town council, are you willing to engage and support us at the Executive Council on this project and give it a push and be, someone that's champion around this project for us? Thank you.
The Minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I will sit down with the Minister of Community, Culture and Heritage. We'll have this discussion, and I am certainly willing to help push this forward for the member and for all of Pictou. So thank you for raising this. And when we're out of the house, whenever that is, maybe we can meet on this, and we'll do what we can to support you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I truly appreciate that answer from the Minister, not just from myself, but absolutely I can extend the gratitude already from the Warden and the Mayor and all of us here in Pictou West, and we'll look forward to those conversations and learning more about what those meetings hold for all of us. My last question is just simply around, every year I seem to ask this and I can't seem to get an exact answer on how things are supposed to go, but we are struggling with speed limits. And is it that difficult to change in the MGA that we should be able to allow municipalities to be responsible to changing their speed limits? How can we make this easier for them? Let's face it, there's areas in the town that certainly can remain at 50, but there's other areas that need to be reduced. Just wondering if you can comment on that and if that's part of the MGA. Thank you.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and just quickly to go back to your previous question, I do want to say that the library is a fantastic project, and speaking to staff, we will continue to work. And thank you. I really do want to thank you for pushing it forward, but we will do what we can. As for speed limits, obviously this is something that's impacted all Nova Scotians. It's kind of a complex issue, really, because there's a balance between safety and transporting as efficiently, as effectively as possible. I know myself that I've had to deal with this issue on numerous occasions. We've seen in the past where we've had speed limits dropped from some municipalities to 30 kilometers an hour. But this is something that would fall under the Department of Transportation, and I know that they're doing a review, and it's something that I've had these discussions with. But listen, we can certainly, and it's something that is top of mind for myself and many other MLAs and Nova Scotians. But what I promise to do is I will talk to our staff, figure out the process for yourself and for others, and we'll get back to you.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to hand it over now to my good colleague from Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg. Thank you, Minister.
I recognize the member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister, and congratulations on your new portfolio. Thanks for allowing me to ask you a couple questions this afternoon. My first question, Minister, through you, the Chair, is during COVID-19 in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, transit was declared an essential service, especially municipal transit. So my understanding, based on conversations with my municipal colleagues, is that the municipality spent somewhere in the range of $1.5 million in transit for additional buses, staff, PPE, sanitization, etc. And they essentially footed the bill for this cost. So I guess what's the stance of the department? Is this going to be reimbursed to the municipalities, or is this something they're going to be stuck with as a debt, I guess you would say, moving forward? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for the kind words and the question. I can tell you that under the Safe Restart funding, CBRM received just under $4 million, and they submitted their costs through the Safe Restart program, and we reimbursed them for what they submitted. Listen, if there's discrepancy between that, or if there's issues, I will gladly sit down with CBRM Council and have that discussion.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, I'm just curious, of that $4 million that you say that was reimbursed, so was any percentage of that dedicated towards municipal transit specifically, and where was that money allocated to for the pandemic? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable minister.
Thank you to the member for the question. So about a quarter of that, or $1 million, was specifically for transit.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for that answer. Just moving along, Minister, my next question is in regards to the fiscal capacity grant. So it's called different things depending on who you ask. My understanding, based on the research that I've done, is that number of $15 million has not changed since 2007, 2008. Since that time, various costs have gone up, whether you factor in inflation or general costs of doing business in the municipality. And my understanding is the municipality actually pays the province back about $18 million of their own revenue, essentially having a net loss of over $3 million. So I'm just wondering why has that grant been frozen for about 13 years? And just maybe explain the rationale of the department to me there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The minister.
Thank the member for the question. So just to correct the member, it hasn't been frozen for 13 years, and that's my staff around the table is telling us that it hasn't been frozen for that many years. We do recognize that there has been some challenges, especially with I guess the new world we live in with COVID, and we are in discussion, and we will be in discussion with NSFM and AMA to talk about this grant and many others.
The member for Sydney River, Mara-Louisbourg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. So can the minister just please clarify to me this $15 million operational grant, when has this been frozen since? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Minister of Municipal Affairs.
So it's remained stable since 2014.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the minister. So I'm just wondering, based on the characteristics of Cape Breton, the high childhood poverty rates, high unemployment rates, a lot of individuals have difficulty paying the property taxes, for example, which also falls under the peer review of municipal affairs. Why has there been not any consideration to increase this grant for people that need it most? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable minister.
I want to thank the member for the question. So this budget is reflective of, I would say, of people that need it the most. We've seen the largest income assistance increase in this province history. That was followed by the second largest, previously the second largest increase. That $100 per individual is going to go a long way to helping people. The newest statistics, my understanding is some of the new statistics that are out are showing child poverty is decreasing. But I'll be honest with you, any child that lives in poverty is one too many. We need to make sure that we're supporting our children, that we're giving them the proper place in life to start. This is something for me that's personal, and I think it's personal for every member around the table. Someone who's experienced childhood poverty in my life, I understand what it's like, and we know that COVID has shone a light on not just this, but and the environment and so many other issues, and that's why this budget is reflective of that. That's why we're seeing these large investments. And as for CBRM, like we met with leadership 2 weeks ago, myself, the Premier, the Minister of Education, and staff from all departments to have a discussion about their priorities. And in my short time as minister, I can say that I have had numerous conversations with CBRM. We recognize the importance of our second largest municipality and all they bring to this province. And we're going to continue to work with them. And we're going to continue to listen to them. And we're seeing, listen, as well as I know, better than me because you grew up in Cape Breton, that these are the experts on the ground. They know what the issues are. And my job is to listen to them. But we're seeing record investments in some of those areas, and we've made it a priority to support those that need it the most and underrepresented communities in this province.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. So, Minister, I'm just curious. I'm wondering if the department would be able to give me a breakdown of the last 10 years, I guess, of the operating grant with increases over, incremental increases. I think you said that the last increase was in 2014, so maybe my research is not accurate. So I'm just wondering if I'd like to get a breakdown of the increase and maybe what that was based on. Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, not a problem. We'll get you. In fact, we'll get you all the operating grants. We'll get you that information. Obviously, I can't do it right now, but we'll make sure that information lands in your hand.
The member for Sydney River, Mara-Louisbourg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. Minister, I'm just wondering your position, I guess you would say, on the property tax cap, especially for new homeowners in Cape Breton. I know last February, I believe, in 2020, there was an all-party committee hosted meetings held in Halifax. There's been no dialogue, I don't think, whatsoever since that time on that subject. So I'm just wondering, is there any alternatives to the property tax cap that are on the table, and maybe what are the department's views on the property tax cap, especially for young homeowners trying to start up here in Cape Breton?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs.
want to thank the honourable member for the question. And obviously, this is a very complex issue. We're having this conversation with all our municipalities, not just CBRM. But we need to recognize that pulling a lever over here is going to impact someone over here. So we want to make sure that any changes that are made are fair and equitable to all Nova Scotians. We realize that the market here now in Nova Scotia is extremely desirable. So any changes, as you could very well appreciate, any changes that we make, we want to make sure that we're not adversely affecting someone else.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, I'm just curious if your department had any meetings with stakeholders in the CBRM in regards to a potential new library. If there's been any dialogue, I mean, what's the level of support gauge within the Department of Municipal Affairs, and what do those discussions look like? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable minister.
So the member is starting to sound like the Minister of Education. But I can tell you we've had many discussions. This is an interesting project that was brought forward. I think as you could appreciate, finances and money is limited. And what we've said to CBRM is they have many fantastic projects that are on the top of their list and that they would like. Excuse me. We've asked them to prioritize what it is that they need and what it is that we can do. But I think we've proven with the NSCC investment, the historic investment in healthcare, and so many other investments in CBRM that we're willing to listen to those very important partners and make the investments needed. But we're going to continue to talk with CBRM to get their list of priorities, and we'll move forward from there.
The member for Sydney River Bar Lewisburg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this will be my last question before my colleague, the MLA for Argyle Barrington, takes off with it. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Minister, so I'm just touching back to the operational grant. I'm just curious, as I know many people in Cape Breton think that, you know, it's unfair, I guess you would say, based on our population and our demographics, unemployment rate, and various factors, that this grant has been so low for so long. And essentially, the municipalities at a loss right now by the time they cover their own bills with the province, essentially. So I'd just like to hear, you know, why or why not this grant not be increased, just to explain this to my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and obviously this is something that's been brought up to us several times through CBRM, and when I met with council and with the mayor, you know, I've met several times in person, virtually with them, and you know, we're willing to talk about what we can do to ensure that our municipalities, our partners, our are on a strong path to stability and growth. And I plan on getting up to CBRM soon, and I'm willing to sit down with the member and council and have these conversations in person as long as COVID allows. But I know that the member is a strong advocate for CBRM, and I will gladly sit down with you and have these conversations. And I do really appreciate you bringing this forward on behalf of your constituents.
I recognize the honourable member for Argyle Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering quickly how much time we have left.
14 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Minister for his time this afternoon and that of his staff. I'm going to get right into it. Following up on the topic that my colleague from Pictou West started off with regarding ground search and rescue organizations, I would like to give the Minister maybe an opportunity to clarify or correct the record. I have in my disposal statistics from 2019 regarding Nova Scotia ground search and rescue organizations. There's 23 organizations. They did 56 searches at that time, over nearly 13,000 search hours, over 32,000 training hours, over 68,000 administration hours. They've done over 15,000 of fundraising public presentation hours. It's a lot of time dedicated by almost 1,200 Nova Scotians who are passionate about their communities. Most recently, my community's been significantly impacted by a number of searches. Neighboring area, with the sinking of the Chief William Solace, and two right in my constituency: the disappearance of Zach Lefebvre, and the disappearance, or the drowning of Kenneth and Noreen Surratt, which has certainly significantly impacted the entire region. The Minister said in his previous response that these associations, or these organizations rather, shouldn't have to worry about finances, and that it isn't about the finances. Yet we know that there has been an ask by the organizations for an increase from $3,000 to $5,000 per association or organization, with an increase of $25,000 to the provincial association. So I'm just wondering, what's stopping the province from investing that money for these organizations, who have told me that a couple of years ago, if their services would have been costed out to another organization, it would have been over $1 million. So $145,000 from the province's coffers to offset $1 million saving by volunteers.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And previously I talked with the liability, workman's comp, and the telecommunication support, just to name a few, and said that they shouldn't have to worry about those expenses. And I'm glad that we cover that. Also, I want to, our heart goes out to all those families that are impacted. And obviously, it's not an easy thing to do. And our search and rescue people are doing an amazing job. I'm going to sit down with our staff. We're going to have a conversation about this, and we'll see what we can do. We'll talk to them, and we'll reach out to our search and rescue groups and see what we can do to help.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for his response. When he was answering my colleague from Pictou West, her question, I was sort of thinking back in my mind, where did the Minister come up with this ideology that it wasn't about finances, when the reality is, at least in for rural organizations that I'm aware, when they have to make a decision between infrastructure needs, like the one in Yarmouth, for Yarmouth County, the roof's leaking, there's a number of issues, to making repairs on one of their critical pieces of vehicle infrastructure, to juggle that, and I think they're very much appreciative of the province's support when it comes to telecommunications and the workers' comp and the liability insurance. But when they have to go in on a training night and think about, well, what happens when the next call that we get, the next search that we get, and we can't start our vehicle anymore? What impact's that going to have on their communities? So I think it's certainly weighing heavy on their minds. So I do urge the minister and his staff to have a serious consideration about the funding model. I'm just wondering, what's the minister's response or message to ground search and rescues about their finances? Because recognizing that some may get support from municipal governments and others may not. But for those who are struggling, I'm just wondering, I'm interested to hear what the minister's comments on finances for these organizations who volunteer their time.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the member for the question. My response would be, I'm extremely grateful. We're extremely grateful for everything they do. They work under difficult circumstances. Myself and every Nova Scotian is very appreciative of everything they do. We are willing to sit down and have a conversation with those organizations. If there's, we will talk to them and figure out what we can do for them. But again, at no point is anyone in this department or anyone in this government or any Nova Scotian, are they not appreciative of what they do and the difficult circumstances and the time and the commitment that for the training and the programs. And these are people that go out in the middle of the night, as you would know. I mean, as a frontline worker yourself, we owe a lot to our frontline workers, obviously, and the time away from your family and your loved ones, and we're extremely appreciative. So what I would say in this situation is, listen, if there's more we can do, we'll sit down, we'll have those conversations. We want to make sure that when our search and rescue goes out there, that they have the assets they need, they have the tools they need to keep Nova Scotians safe.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the minister's response. My next question for the minister would be, who is ultimately responsible for not only the operation funding, but the capital needs of ground search and rescue organizations? Does that responsibility fall single-handedly with the province, or is there an obligation for municipal units? And if it is cost shared, I'd appreciate the minister to clarify what that expectation from both levels of government is.
Minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. A lot of this is shared contribution between the province and the municipalities, and for those that may not be receiving the municipal contribution, we'll sit down, we'll work with them, and once we're done here, I'm going to sit down with my staff and we're going to talk to those individual organizations and find a path forward for them.
The member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I think seeing as how these organizations work so closely together, not just one county for one part of the or one organizations for one county, but they do deploy simultaneously. They do cover other areas if one one organization has gone to another part of the province. So I am, a little bit of trepidation that it may be treated organization by organization, whereas there may not be a standardized approach, and that some municipalities may be expected to do one practice and the other municipality may not. So again, I'm not sure if I'll re-ask my question. Is there an expectation for municipalities to cover a certain part of the operations or capital investments required to maintain sustainable ground search and rescue organizations?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. As all of us are aware, our municipalities work on a tight budget. They're concerned about every dollar, as they should be. We're going to work with them to ensure that they continue to have that search and rescue services that they need. And we want to make sure, as minister, I want to make sure that I'm listening to those municipalities. We're not putting undue burden on them. In order for us to be successful as a province, we need to make sure that those municipalities are sustainable. And sustainability to me isn't just around the finances, but that is a large part of it. But it's also around resources. And that's why, my first effort as minister, I reached out to those municipalities. I had those conversations, and we'll continue to have those conversations. Again, we're going to, and I really do appreciate the member and the member from Pictou West for bringing this up and speaking on behalf of their constituents on this issue. It's a very important issue. We want to make sure that our search and rescue feel appreciated, are sustainable, and that when they go out, they are given the resources that they need. And again, when we talk about the financial contribution to our search and rescue teams, the $3,000 grant, which again, I'll go back and say is the second largest in the province, but listen, we'll talk to them. And I go back to the other services that we provide, because again, this isn't about a singular thing. It's a holistic approach. Like, how are we supporting our search and rescue groups? How are we supporting our frontline workers that are out there doing these things? And how are we supporting our municipalities? And the last thing as municipal affairs minister that I want to do is put undue burden upon them, and I want them to know it. And I think I've gotten the message out pretty significantly to our municipal partners that I'm here to listen, I'm here to learn from them, and I'm here to help them in any way possible.
The member with 1 minute left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I guess similarly to the fire service, which I was and continue to be a member, we could be having this discussion about that. It's just that ground search and rescue has certainly taken the forefront for very sad situations in my region. I guess I'll ask this last question. I cited earlier statistics about search hours, almost 13,000 search hours, and over 15,000 fundraising and public presentation hours. If the last thing that our ground search and rescue organization should be doing is looking for money, my question for the minister is, where should they be searching for money when they're struggling to make ends meet?
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for the questions, and I wish we had a little bit longer to discuss further. But what I will say is that we're here. I'm here to have those discussions. Again, I will offer you the same offer that the member from Sydney Northside. Is it Northside, Westmount?
Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Oh, sorry, Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Order, please.
Sorry.
The time for the PC caucus. PC caucus has expired. We get back to the last few minutes with the NDP caucus, and we have to ensure we leave enough room for the minister to make his closing remarks and put forward the estimate. So I'm going to ask the minister, how long do you anticipate your closing remarks and putting the estimate forward?
I feel like this is a trick question, but no, I'll just take probably 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I recognize The honourable member from Cape Breton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, how long do I have? You're on mute.
I'm sorry, 18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, Mr. Chair, I'm hoping that the minister can ask me, as the code of conduct, which I'm very happy to see come through, is developed, and will there be also materials developed for training purposes, such as sensitivity training, anti-racism training, and will funding be allocated to municipalities to help fully the full actualization of these codes of conduct to come to reality?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We are working hand in hand with the NSFM and AMA on this, and of course, those are things that we will and have been identified. And when over the next few weeks and months, we'll have all that, hopefully, all that stuff in place, and we'll roll it out.
The honourable member.
Thank you. I would like to go and ask you this question. The Nova Scotians for Equalization and Fairness Group have requested via a letter to the Minister of the Department of Municipal Affairs and to Finance, asking where the portion of federal equalization transfers on municipal deficiency in tax capacity related to property and miscellaneous revenues is spent by the Nova Scotia government. I'm wondering if the minister could tell me what portion of these yearly transfers have been applied to address the municipal deficiency in tax capacity. And if there hasn't been, why not? And also, for the sake of accountability and transparency, would the department be willing to post a breakdown of how the federal equalization money from the feds is spent and where?
The honourable minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. This would be for the detailed answer to this. This would be best put toward the Minister of Finance, as that money would flow through the Department of Finance. I will say that we continue to and will continue to work with our municipalities so that they get the investments they need, whether it's in infrastructures or programs. But for a full detailed breakdown of federal money, that would be best put toward the Minister of Finance.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Minister, and I hope to do that. So I want to go back to cannabis, as we were talking about before, and I don't want to talk about the legalization of it. I want to talk about the revenue side of this, because I already discussed the 25 and 75% breakdown. Will the minister agree that that to actually have municipalities do the administrative and show the receipts is cumbersome, and a formula should be worked out with the NSFM and or the municipal units, so municipal units can receive a substantial share of all tax revenue being generated through the sale of cannabis without having to show receipts? And I should say this, as the agreement was intended.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, while we wait for the minister, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to the member from Richmond, Cape Breton Richmond.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
We're waiting for the minister to answer that last question then. I'll recognize you after that.
Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and obviously with expenses, there's also savings associated with this. I will endeavour to follow up with my staff on the receipt part of it, and we'll get back to you. I want to thank the member for the questions, and thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond with about 14 and a half minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's a pleasure to be able to ask the new Minister of Municipal Affairs a few questions. I'm going to start with a question that I had asked the Minister around in question period around funding for the pager system repairs and upgrades that we need to our Strait Area Mutual Aid. We have, it was a system that was built back in the 70s and was originally built for, I think, maybe 8 departments. And I think we're up to about 28 now. I don't have the number here in front of me, but I think it's 28. And fortunately, there are staff on board that are able to, machine parts and kind of fix this really outdated system. But it's going to cost, between somewhere in $70,000 to $100,000 to really do the upgrades that are necessary to be able to make certain that the system, it is part of our 911 system, to be able to get a hold and page, obviously, a volunteer firefighter. I would like to know specifically, is there money, there's a lot of it in there in the 911 fund. Is there money in the 911 fund that can be made available for to put towards the pager system so that these volunteer firefighters and emergency first responders, obviously, are not put in a position where they're having to fundraise to upgrade and maintain part of the integral 911 system that we have in our constituency?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. So the paging of the TMR radio system is actually under Service Nova Scotia. So it'd be that question would be better put to that minister. I can tell you that the 911 fees that are collected generally go toward upgrading, maintaining a stable and world-class 911 service.
The honourable member.
So again, I would ask, the paging system obviously is an extension of the 911 system, whether it's under a different ministerial hat or not. Volunteer firefighters are really struggling, and they're struggling as well, I'm going to tell you, with the fact that obviously municipal governments are, with gratitude, granting them money to be able to obviously take care of some of their expenses on a yearly basis. But, with insurance costs going up, it looks again as if there's a possibility that they will have to upgrade with their Class 3 licenses and probably having to incur a great deal more expenses. There's not an equitable and again, it's no disparaging towards the municipalities, but the system within the municipalities to grant money to volunteer fire departments is based on basically how many people live within that district and how many commercial businesses are within that district as well. So it really creates an inequity between these volunteer fire departments. Everyone should have equal access, as far as I'm concerned, to the same type of fire service. No one should feel that their house is more at risk to burn down in one area within a constituency more so than the other. So can the minister provide me with some input on whether or not he feels that there should be a more standardized or maybe a different type of system put in place to look at these grants that are given by municipalities, as well as if, the minister might feel that it would be justified to look at more provincial input into these fire departments that obviously give essential services to our communities and to our residents.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank the honourable member for the question. There's a few there to unpack, and I'll take as quickly as possible. Around the TMR, the paging stuff, we'll follow up with Service Nova Scotia and have a conversation around them. It would be unfair for me to answer any questions that aren't under their purview of this department. And as for the grants that are given out by municipalities, respectfully, we have to that is their level of government. They'll decide where those municipal grants go. And I personally, and I think most of us don't feel that the provincial government should be dictating to our municipalities where they spend their money. So, we can follow up with NSFM on these concerns and also Service Nova Scotia, because they are legitimate concerns, and I do appreciate you bringing them forward.
The member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your response. Certainly would never suggest that provincial government should be dictating or interfering in municipal affairs in that way. The only way that the provincial government should ever be concerned with anything within municipal government is with regard to the MGA. I know from full experience that we've had enough of that in my constituency in the past. Thank you very much. So I'm glad to hear that the minister will follow up with Service Nova Scotia. However, it doesn't, the situation is very grave with regard to the paging system. So hopefully that will be a priority follow-up. I guess what I was getting at, and again, municipalities obviously dictate where, and I've had a full conversation with the municipality. I meet with them regularly. And I wanted to ask basically, again, because there is an inequity that is occurring from fire department to fire department because of the way that the grant programs are set up. And again, not speaking disparagingly or wanting to get involved in municipal government affairs at all. My question to the minister is he concerned that there is a possibility that there is an inequity in the amount of money that is available to obviously make certain that citizens in some parts of Nova Scotia have access to more fire services or better equipment or more up-to-date equipment than others. To me, that's a massive concern. I would hope that the minister has a concern about that.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Mr. Chair, could you advise how much time there's left?
I would say about 3 minutes after the minister gives his answer.
Thank you.
What that means is the chair is saying be quick. So I will. There is the emergency provider fund, and I am very concerned. We want to make sure that our services are there, that they're there when our residents need it. The emergency service provider fund is $1 million, and our fire department's going to apply for that for equipment and other things. But yeah, of course, we want to make sure that our Nova Scotia, the people in Nova Scotia, are kept safe, and that when they are when they need the services, that they receive the services that are life-saving, and the same in from Yarmouth to Cape Breton. Thank you.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for the answer. I'm very familiar with the provider fund. Of course, as the Minister knows, that's not available on a yearly basis. And so that is limited. It's very good that we do have, obviously, that in place. But again, I'm just bringing to the Minister's attention that the insurance rates for many of these fire departments are skyrocketing. The insurance companies are starting to query the fire departments with regard to who has a Class 3 license and who doesn't. We all know that Class 3 license related, obviously, to having to drive some of the fire trucks that are on site. And so there were ways around this before, but because the insurance companies are starting to ask questions about this, it would probably follow suit that, they're going to ask for firefighters who are driving these trucks to be able to get extra training. Again, with the provider fund only available and not available every single year, these are rising costs. And many of these fire departments are like an essential service. These men and women are volunteers. They're not getting paid for this. And so again, I would ask the minister, what else is the minister going to look at, as a solution other than having to try and fundraise in the middle still of a pandemic for, some much needed equipment, increased insurance costs, and, possibility of increased training as well, coming in the very near future.
The minister.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and obviously these are very important discussions, and our firefighters are doing an incredible job. I am constantly in conversation with our NSFM and AMA, and I will bring this up, and we'll have a conversation to see where they're at and what we can do to help. Again, we want to make sure that they have our communities right across Nova Scotia have the proper access to fire safety. And I look at my own backyard, which I know you're very familiar with. But they did amalgamate a couple of our fire stations and build a brand spanking new one. That was HRM, obviously. But it's tough. It's tough. It's a tough job. The recruitment is very difficult. But we'll work with them. We want to make sure that that our frontline workers, especially, we've seen the importance. We always know how. Let's be honest. We always know how important our frontline workers are. They're the true Nova Scotian heroes. But during COVID, it's nothing has shone brighter than our frontline workers. And I will, the next time I talk to our NSFM members, our mayors, and ward, and our councillors, I'll have this discussion, and I'll commit to bringing this up. And I want to thank you for bringing this forward and continuing to fight for our frontline workers.
Order, please. The time for questioning has expired. I'll now turn it over to the minister for his closing remarks and to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank our members for the questions today. As you can tell, I started to realize that I was getting long-winded, and I apologize. Unfortunately, it's in my nature to talk a lot, so I want to apologize. I hope that all the members were able to get the answers to their questions. Please, if you weren't able to get the answers to your question, you can call me on my phone. You can send me a text, or you can email me. I have a deep appreciation for all your hard work and for you being there for your constituents, and that's why you've been elected, because you've done a solid job. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $213,184,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Municipal Affairs pursuant to the estimate.
Thank you, Minister. Shall the resolution stand?
Yep.
The resolution stands. So, folks, we've just completed 40 hours of estimates in subcommittee, and I want to thank everybody for their participation, even those behind the scenes. And I want to also recognize Karen for her tremendous help as we got through this situation, I guess we could call it. So now what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to the Committee of the Whole, House and Supply, and we'll be reporting at that point. So again, thank you all very much.
Keith, just to make sure, we got 15 minutes, right?
I would say it'd probably be less than that, Kendra, because Committee of the Whole was about 6 minutes ahead of us.
Okay, sounds good.
So let's be on the safe side. Let's try and get back for 4:30, okay?
And Keith,
Yes.
James just asked that as soon as you get into the main meeting, leave your video on so they'd see that you're there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody heard that? Put your video on.
He's really worried about you.
Everybody wants to see me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.